So without further ado, let's dive in. The Cosmic Turnabout. What's this all about? Alright. Sometimes I rhyme and I'm not trying to. So they're talking about Apollo's friend. So now we see the destroyed Court of Justice has been... Yeah, Apollo. The courtroom bombing incident. A terrible attack launched by the will of a madman. That incident perfectly symbolized the state of the legal world in this dark age of the law. Mr. Wright brought it to a resolution of sorts. Now we see a flashback Phoenix. Yeah, with the guy who, Ted Tonate was discovered to be the one responsible for the bombing. If only it were that simple. Somehow, I can't help but think. Now he's laughing. That there's a darker influence at work. One that's lurking in the shadows, waiting. That's why I want to review the trial that was taking place when the bombing occurred. After all, I've got more than a few personal stakes in it. Episode 4, The Cosmic Turnabout. So yeah, there was they were in the middle of a trial when the bombing happened. And so now we see some satellite. This is a picture of Earth. Closing down on Japan. The Space Center. There's a rocket about to be launched.
1 hour remaining until launch. Please begin your final equipment check.
So this is ground control.
Check complete. Everything's A-okay. We're ready here whenever you are.
And then there's some explosion. The rocket blew up before countdown. Emergency. So now the astronaut is dragging his friend. Both of them are head is covered. We cannot see their face. They open a lock. They go to some sort of room. The door closed behind, and they faint. One of them is carrying some sort of container. Fade to black. Oh, and then somebody was stabbed through the suit. December 16th, 9:12 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 5. Time for another trial to begin. But this one is different. ... Question mark?
Sorry to bother you, but...
Oh, it's Juniper. Sorry to bother you, but... Are you alright, Apollo? Ah, was I making a scary face just now? Oh, hi, Juniper. Yes, I'm fine. I was just doing my Chord of Steel exercise. Now I'm all ready to go.
Yes, knowing you, I'm sure you will be just fine. Oh, I brought you a present from my garden.
Is this a lotus root?
That's right. My grandma says lotus root is good for your eyes. She even says that if you look through the holes, it can help you see into the future. It's for good luck. Maybe later you can cook it and, you know.
Thanks for this. I'm gonna have some right now.
Oh my.
No. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Kinda tough though.
You can't eat it raw, but thank you for the enthusiastic try.
Knitting. Oopsie, she didn't think me weird before. She will now. I've gotta come down. Apollo! I'm sorry I'm late.
Hi, Tina.
Junie! I didn't know you were coming today. Did you come to cheer Apollo on? Oh, I get it. You sly little thing, you.
Tina, stop!
Quit kidding around, Tina. The trial's about to start any second. Is everything all set? Oh, Apollo! Oh, Apollo, when will you ever figure it out? Figure out what? Question mark. Hong. Wow, that was the longest sigh I've ever heard. Oh, this is the defendant. Oh, this is it. It's all over for me. They're gonna find me guilty. This is our client, one Mr. Solomon Soul Starbuck. So he has long face, kind of like mine. He's wearing a small goatee, shaven white, grayish on the side. He keep the top red, pointed like a rocket. Basically, his head is shaped like a rocket. He's still wearing his spacesuit uniform. And yeah, the goatee makes it like, you know, the bottom of the rocket. He's a very famous astronaut who happens to be an acquaintance of mine. You wouldn't know it right now, but he's usually a very upbeat and driven person. The scene of the crime this time happened to be the Cosmos Space Center. Back in high school, my best friend and I went there almost a little too much. But that's where we met Mr. Starbuck. So he's from some sort of agency that's called GIXA. So it's probably Galaxy Youth Exploration Agency, I don't know. We would ask about space travel, then he would launch into story after story with so much passion. Back in those days, the man was 100% my hero. Okay, now we can see when he's standing up, the back of his hair is shaped like, the back hair shaped like the little bottom wings of the rocket. So yeah, his head is shaped like a propelling rocket. Okay, now we can see it a little slowly because his, underneath his collar. Are you sure you're okay with being my lawyer, Apollo? Of course I'm sure. I know you, Mr. Starbuck. I know you're not the type to commit murder. Thanks, but... I was supposed to be in space right about now. He's so depressed, it almost seems like it's an act. The launch getting called off must have been a huge shock. I'll probably never get the chance to go into space again. Don't say that! Stop believing! Don't stop believing! Don't stop believing! It's a journey to the stars. Besides, you just have to go into space again. Yeah, I don't think I could face Clay in the afterlife if I just rotted away in a cell. Clay Terran! I can't believe he was murdered! Yeah, so now we have a picture of Clay. He's wearing some sort of visor that's broken on one side with the logo on it. He has very scruffy black hair, some bangs, brown eyes, a little bandage on the nose, and he kind of looks like Apollo. You would think he's his twin or something, but he's not. And then he's wearing the coat that Apollo was wearing on his shoulder after he was bandaged when he was looking at when he was asserting the debris, like he wanted it to avenge him, like Apollo knew this guy personally for some reason. Sorry, I'm just gonna go back. Sorry, I wanted to adjust something. Okay, I should be good. Oh! I dropped the controller! I mean, he was such a promising astronaut under your command. Yeah, he was a good guy, always there to pick me up when I was down. I bet that he was the one who saved Starbuck and then he was murdered by somebody else. No one loved life as much as him, that's for sure. He was always so full of energy, telling me, "You're fine, Mr. Starbuck." How could something like this happen to a guy like him, huh? I've never seen Mrs. Starbuck so down. Clay's gone, and I'm going to prison. I wish I could burn up like a shooting star right now. Mr. Starbuck, you'll be fine. What is it? What's with the yelling, I'll get to the bottom of this today, you'll see. And in exchange, I want you to go back to space for you and Clay. You promise? Does that mean you have lots of evidence to prove my innocence? Oh, well, about that. All I got is the autopsy report. Cause of death stabbing, the victim was discovered in the 3rd floor boarding lounge in the main building. Okay, so yeah, there is a container, some sort of space canister next to him. His right glove has been removed. But yeah, it's been stabbed through the suit, and yeah, blood is pouring out of it. And let's see. Yeah, he's still wearing his school uniform, and for some reason he was wearing his visor, and it's not broken. This is odd. Yeah, about that. We didn't get to investigate the area as much as I would like, thanks to the police. Starbuck? Oh, I'm done for. I'm a goner. Everybody thinks I did it. Thought I was gonna soar like a comet, but I'm just gonna crash like a meteorite. No, don't say that, Mr. Starbuck. Don't count yourself out yet. I know it's hard to lose a teammate, but you gotta keep going. Tina, sad. What about you, Apollo? What about me? I was just thinking, wasn't Clay your best friend? We need to focus on the trial right now. Are you all ready to go? Apollo! The trial's about to begin. If the defense would please proceed into the courtroom. Okay, here we go. This is it. This is one trial I cannot afford to lose. For Clay's sake and our clients, I will find Clay's killer. December 16, 9:55 a.m. District Court, courtroom number 4. Class in session. Court is now in session, all rise. Oh, it's still Simon Blackwell. Court is now in session for the trial of Solomon Starbuck. I still have an eye patch, but the defense is ready, Your Honor. Excuse me, Mr. Justice? Yes, Your Honor? What happened to your eye? Da-da-da. I'm fine! The defense is ready, Your Honor! Like I said. Oh, okay. Are you sure? I don't... I said I'm fine, Your Honor! The defense is ready! Oh! I'm sorry, Your Honor. He's been like this since yesterday. He keeps insisting it's just a sty. I suppose it's something he doesn't want to discuss. Maybe he's entering a touchy age, if you know what I mean. Shut up! It's not a team crisis. I am not overreacting. I am no longer a teenager. I am... Why isn't my age shown? There's Athena's 18, Phoenix 34, Juniper, no, not Juniper, Trucy 16, Clayteron 23, Hat 2 crew member and a close friend of mine, Juniper 18 as well, and Solomon Starbuck 33, mentor to the victim.
Very well. And the prosecution?
Black Quill back to the stand, leaning on the stand.
The prosecution appears to be ready as well.
Silence!
Black Quill ... Not yet. I'm not quite ready yet. Oh, the chains are loose already. Woo!
Ah!
The prosecution is now ready. And here's my trusty falcon, Taka. Well, it didn't take him too long this time. Apollo ... What's up with Black Will?
Now then, I shall give the opening statement.
Silence!
Huh?
I'll do it. Wow, first time he's gonna do it.
You will? What an unexpected surprise.
This time, I can't leave it to anyone else.
I see. Something is off with the two of you today.
What are you talking about?
You both seem different now.
Athena ...
Very well. Prosecutor Blackwell, your opening statement, if you would.
It was just yesterday. The crimes in question occurred at the Cosmos Space Center.
Ah, that famous federal research facility for all things related to astrology, right?
Astronomy. It's astronomy. Anyway, a rocket was set to launch from there. But at 9:28 a.m., before they could even move the rocket to the launch site, two explosive devices were detonated, and the launch was cancelled.
My word, 2 bombs? How dreadful!
The defendant in today's trial is charged with both the bombing and with murder. One Mr. Solomon Starbuck. For whatever reason, he detonated a bomb on the rocket he himself would be in.
Solomon Starbuck, I recognize that name. Isn't he that famous astronaut?
Correct, your baldness. Mr. Starbuck was the pilot of the Hat 1 rocket 7 years ago. As you may recall, despite some interstellar trouble, the mission was a success. Some say it was a miracle he returned alive. I suppose you could say he's a living legend.
Oh, I remember now. He's become something of an international celebrity, right?
Now we see the logo, we see the picture of Solomon Starbuck, the rocket, mankind's hope for the future, quote, I've got to make it back alive. The Hat 1 miracle. Come along on a captivating space odyssey that will take your breath away. Is that a movie?
Yeah, they even turned that incident into a movie and everything. We've got a real space pioneer in court today.
A moving... But even heroes stumble from their lofty heights. Returning to the subject at hand.
Yes. The victim...
The
victim was one Mr. Clayteron, a subordinate of the defendant.
Indeed, a loyal disciple brutally stabbed to death by his mentor.
Stabbed to death, you say? You mean his death wasn't a result of the bombing?
Correct. Despite his lofty dreams, the victim was seen as an interloper by the defendant. And so he was sent not into space, but to the universe, which we mortals cannot see. Clay.
I think I've heard enough. The case seems pretty clear-cut at this point. However, there is one thing I'm curious about. That metal box next to the witness stand.
L10015R. Yeah, the one that Ted Donate make it look like it was actually spelling woods. And he removes the R.
What purpose does it serve exactly?
This is the bomb. Since you asked so nicely, it's your coffin!
Ah! Have mercy on me!
He's hiding under the desk. I'm joking, Your Honor. I jest. It's evidence. Due to its immense size, we have little choice but to lay it where it rests now. We shall get to the contents of the box in due time.
Phew! I feel like I just lost 50 years off of my life.
Does he even have 50 years left? Inner monologue, Athena. Inner monologue. Enough jabbering. Aha! Bobby Fulbright's the name. In justice we trust.
Ah, Detective Fulbright. Very well then. Please explain the details of the incident to the court, if you would.
On it! First, take a look at this pamphlet from the Cosmos Space Center. In it, you will find a diagram outlining the overall layout of the Space Center. GAXA Space Program. Okay, so there's two A's. The first one is the... like, the I want to say triangle, but it's not a triangle. Like the rocket shape triangle. That's actually an A. 21st century exploration. Let's go to Jupiter. Ah, here we are. So now we have the launch pad number 1. We have a 6th floor story building along with a basement and what they call a space museum. So there's the observatory is on the 6th floor. The bridge that connects launch pad number 1 and the space museum are both on the 3rd floor. And yeah, I guess you can only access the basement floor from the 1st. For a more detailed look at what's on the left side of this building. Okay, now we can see it now. It's a more detailed map. So now we have on the launch pad number 1. Yeah, it's a corridor. It's not a bridge. So on the launch pad corridor, where there's a ladder that goes straight to the upper level. It goes on the top of the rocket. There's also some sort of elevator, so I guess you can go by elevator and ladder. So there's the upper level, middle level, lower level. But the elevator can only be accessed from the middle level through the launch pad number 1. On the 3rd floor there's a lounge, and the first basement is used as a shelter. So of course there's first, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th floor. Take a look at this cross-section that we, the police, have created. See the launch pad and the main building?
The launch pad is the square building and the rounded structure is the main building, right?
You got it! The incident took place in launch pad number 1 and in the main building's lounge. I'll be using this diagram during my testimony, so it'll make it easier to understand. Space Center diagram added to the court record. Cross-section view of the main building of the Space Center and launch pad number 1. Alright, so... details of the case. Just before the rocket was set to launch, 2 bombs went off. Boom! Boom! One on the second floor of the Space Center's main building, and one in launch pad number 1. Thankfully, only the 2 astronauts were in launch pad number 1 at the time. The 2 of them managed to make it back as far as the boarding lounge, but after the escape, one of the 2 was found stabbed to death. So yeah, one of the 2 was stabbed to death, but that doesn't mean that Solomon was the killer. So yeah, it makes sense that it was Clay that dragged Solomon's body to the lounge, and then somebody was sorry, somebody posted as I had to write something.
Detective, the victim was already dead by the time you arrived at the lounge, correct?
Yep, thinking he'd sabotaged the bombing, the defendant killed him right there in the rocket. Why did they escape? Like, if he meant to kill him right there and then, why did he manage to bring him with him, you know? That doesn't make sense. Sorry about that. Just look at this tragic photo. Yeah, we see the full picture of the deceased.
Oh my, is that a knife in the victim's chest?
Yes, Your Honor. It's the knife that cruelly ended this young man's dreams. We couldn't get any prints off of it, though, because the defendant was in his spacesuit. Utility knife added to the court record. Why would they have a utility knife? The victim's blood was found on his blade. No fingerprints could be lifted. This is weird. There's blood all the way up to the hilt. But if he was stabbed through the suit, surely there would be some, some padding that would protect the, that would stop the blade. I was expect blood all the way up to half the blade, but not all the way. Anyway, sorry for the distraction.
By the way, Detective Fulbright, why are the victim's helmet and right glove absent in this photograph?
We had to remove them to identify him, Your Honor. I personally removed his glove during the investigation. We have to get his fingerprints to confirm his identity after all. Okay. So the photo was taken before the fingerprints were taken, because I don't see any ink on his fingers.
Now, there's just one more thing I would like to inquire about. What is this round thing next to the victim in this photo?
Something so important to the victim he took it with him as he escaped the launch pad. A capsule that apparently contains asteroid samples. With a... Yeah, okay, so yeah, it's a container. Apparently there's asteroid sample and there's a big logo on the top of the lid that says do not touch. While obviously valuable for research purposes, it has no relation to this case.
I see.
So, we know that the bomb in the main building was on the second floor, but where was the bomb that was in Launchpad 1 located? That one was on the rocket itself. It was situated around the central part of the rocket. Apparently, the area around the launch pad's elevator was a sea of flames. I would like to submit this diagram report into the record. Bombing report added to the court record. The explosion sparked a fire on the second floor of the main building and the middle level of the launch pad near the elevator. Okay. The trial's just started. We're already in the bind. You get used to it. Besides, that's what cross-examination is for, right? What the two astronauts were doing during the bombing, that will be the key. Details of the case. Just before the rocket was set to launch, two bombs went off. Boom, boom.
Hold it!
How powerful were the explosions? Well, the one in the main building wasn't strong enough to bring the place down. But the room it went off in was burned black. Thankfully, nobody was hurt. Due in large part, of course, to me stepping up to lead the evacuation. Wait, what were you doing there in the first place, Detective Fulbright? Ha ha ha! I'm Bobby Fulbright, hero of justice. I'll be there wherever and whenever people need my help. I would go to the other side of the world, or even the edge of the universe. I'm not sure he knows how far that actually is. But I guess I'll leave that one alone. Admirable decision, Justice Stallone. Huh? What did I decide? Anyway, could you describe what it was like at the Space Center at the time? The bomb cut the power to the central bank of elevators and the third floor lounge. It was pitch black in there, I tell you. However, the security camera and whatnot were running on emergency backup. And how did the evacuation go? I immediately and heroically whisked people down to the Space Center's basement shelter.
The basement shelter?
Yes, there's an emergency shelter beneath the Space Center. An emergency shelter, huh? Oh, here it is. It's at the bottom of the diagram. The Space Center is pretty impressive to have its own shelter. Evacuation report added to the court record. The bomb went off despite tight security. Police officer and riot police have been standing by, gave the evacuation instructions. The power outage and evacuation seems unrelated to the murder at this point. Let's see, police officer and riot police gave evacuation instruction immediately. There was a power outage and the affected areas remained dark. So, the whole second floor. Security system switched over to emergency power, continued to work. Evacuees moved to the basement. Okay. I guess I'll leave that aside for now. So, there were 2 explosions in total, correct? Yep, that's right. On the second floor of the Space Center's main building and one in the launch pad number 1.
Hold it!
Let me get this straight. Mr. Starbuck rigged the rocket he was going to board with explosive? Huh? What are you talking about? If the defendant really did plant the bomb on its own rocket, he would get caught in the explosion as well.
Oh, I hadn't thought of that.
Black Will. Fine. A simpleton for a simpleton.
Fulbright, the motive.
Understood. The defendant actually had astrophobia.
Astrophobia? What's that?
A fear of space, naturally. Just the thought of space can cause the afflicted to freeze up. And so, in his terror, the defendant found a way to stop the launch at the last minute.
But he was already in space before. That doesn't mean shit. That's absurd.
Unfortunately for you, we have evidence. Take a look at these.
Pills? What are they?
These anti-anxiety tablets were found among the defendant's possession. That doesn't mean he has astrophobia. It's probably unrelated to the case. Apparently he was taking them in secret to quell his fears.
There were a multitude of problems with the rocket Mr. Starbuck rode 7 years ago. Oh, PTSD. Okay, now it makes sense. Rumor has it he threatened to crash a number of times as well. That was, of course, very traumatic for Mr. Starbuck.
Objection!
But that doesn't mean he would go so far as to blow up his own ship.
Silence!
The defendant couldn't bear to mar his good name, now could he? No matter, not after the media had branded him so Starbuck space pioneer extraordinaire. Given this condition, the defendant could hardly run away like some base mutt. What, so that's why you think he resorted to the bombing? Naturally, he constructed his act of sabotage in an attempt to blow up the space center, which would effectively abort the launch, but spare his reputation. Ugh.
Now I'm sure you understand why we have to bring justice down on this atrocious criminal. Thankfully, only the two astronauts were in launch pad number 1 at the time.
Hold it!
Are you sure it was only the two of them?
It was just before the spaceship was set to launch, so of course it was only those two.
Well, there could have been somebody else inside that rocket.
Silence!
The notion of a third party in launchpad number 1 is utterly absurd. Just to enter the area from the launch, one must pass through a door guarded by a fingerprint recognition device. And allow me to state up front that they are precious few with the clearance to do so. A fingerprint recognition device? It sounds as futuristic and complex as a space center.
Actually, it's not as amazing as you think, Your Honor. Take a look at this photo.
Okay.
This is the door in the lounge with the fingerprint lock.
So yeah, the door are sliding, but yeah, there's a panel with a red hand displayed on the screen. And yeah, there's some sort of latch. Yeah, you have to put your hand and turn the latch to, I guess, override the...
Only personnel whose fingerprints are registered can pass through.
I see. That is very different from what I had in mind. And is there a record of the number of people that passed through that door yesterday?
Yes, there were only 3. The defendant, the victim, and the director of the Space Center, Yuri Cosmos.
So he's named after Yuri Gagarin. Yeah. Then, doesn't that mean it's possible that the director is the one who did it? Not a chance. He was in the main building when the bombs exploded at 9:28, doing his job directing the launch.
Sorry, I think I have...
I just received a package live.
I was wondering, what's that knock on the door? I ordered something in the middle of the week. I wasn't expecting to have it to come already. So there's a bag of chips that's open. Okay, fine. It's imported chip, they're kebab flavored. Lorenz. They're from Poland. I'm eating Polish chips. Yes, as you can see, sometimes I treat myself with, you know, one of those snack box with there's some sort of imported produce. So yeah, I got some Ghosts, zero caffeine hydration drink. I got lemon lime. I got Sour Patch Kids. I love that flavor. And I got orange squeeze. There was stuff that were on sale as well. I got a sweet tart. Got some Easter eggs. Oh, churro flavored Kit Kat. They were 15% on sale. They're costing $1.50 a pop. It's like cheaper than. And then the little jelly beans, Jelly Belly Easter flavor. Okay, those are very small. For the price that they were, like, I didn't make a good sale on that. However, I got some Fago. Got some Fago. Did you believe there's actually a Skittles drink? I got some Tahitian treat, a fruit punch. I've never tried that. From Tahiti. Let me get the rest of the jelly bean bags. There's one of these. Okay, so there's 5 and 4. Sorry about that. I need to clear the box and put some stuff in the fridge. I want to chill some of the drinks. I won't drink that all today. Be right back. Sorry about that. Alright, I'm back. Sorry. I had to go to the bathroom after that. Right, when nature calls. Alright. So I took care of everything, but as soon as I did, like, oh my god. Might as well get rid of that before I have to run to the bathroom later on. So. Having an alibi. Yes, no, but besides having an alibi. Yes, no motive for committing these senseless acts. He has a point. I guess the director can be considered a suspect then. Launchpad 1 door lock. As to the core record, a biometric door lock operated by fingerprint recognition. Only the defendant, the victim, and the Space Center director had access. The two of them managed to make it back as far as the boarding lounge.
Hold it!
So, while it would appear that the pair barely escaped with their lives, in actuality, one of them had already been murdered inside the rocket. That's the angle the prosecution wants to push, correct? You got it. In fact, that's what I've been trying to say this whole time. If the victim had been alive, he would have for sure tried to stop the bombing. Is there any chance Mr. Turret could have been killed because he boarded the rocket? They were born alive and well at boarding time and embarked under their own power. Their hearts full of hope and dreams for space. And then both of their hopes and dreams were dashed. What is this? Oh. Because, I might, oh. For some reason, I received some guide stickers for my cell phone. Okay, I just received a little wipe to remove the dust. So I guess what I should have done, because when I put, I think I forgot some steps when I wet wipes. Okay, I got a wet wipes. Okay, it's because they gave me some packets and stuff for my cell phone case. Basically, it's how to put the whole cell phone. Because I also bought online a cell phone case and a protection pad. I guess that went with the case. I guess everything went together, like the case from the back and then for the cell front and stuff like that. So there was a wet wipes to sanitize the screen and remove all the dust. And then I was supposed to do some stuff before putting the thing in, but I didn't do any of that. Anyway. If I may continue my explanation, after the evacuation order was given, the defendant made his escape carrying the victim to make it look like a rescue. But after the escape, one of the two was found stabbed to death.
Hold it!
And who was the first to find the victim? Actually, there were two of them. The Space Center Director, Yuri Cosmos, and Detective Candace Arm. Oh, the victim of the first case. The agent. Well. I smell foul play. One of them was a detective. Yep. Detective Arm specialized in bombing, you say? She and the director were ordering the evacuation following the explosions. They were also worried about the astronauts, so they hurried over to the boarding lounge. That's when they discovered the victim along with the defendant. 2 witnesses, huh? And one of them is a detective. I doubt either one would have anything to say that would help me.
I think that pretty much covers the details of the case. Only the victim and the defendant were on the launch pad when the former was killed. If this is the truth, then only Mr. Starbuck could have carried out this crime.
What little I could get out of him only hurt my case.
Justice Dono. Foolish is the warrior who rushes headlong into battle. Preparation is an essential element of battle, so I advise you to take a gander at this.
So he shows me a CD. What is this?
Footage from a security camera. As the 2 astronauts emerge from the bowels of the Launchpad 1 corridor. The boarding lounge security camera captured their desperate escape.
So now we see one guy carrying the other. And there's a number next to an oxygen tank that says 50. But it could be 05 if it's upside down. And the other, I don't see it working. I don't see the screen on. But so far, there are no injuries. Like, both of them, neither of them has a stab wound. Like, the stabbing didn't happen yet.
Now, I would direct your attention to what the defendant is shouldering, which you can see is none other than the lifeless body of the victim.
I had sound and then it died? What? Rubble. So there's a sound bug. Because they're supposed to be...
Order, I say! This lines up exactly with what the prosecution has been asserting.
I should have known Blackwell would have something like this ready. Security camera video added to the court record. Video showing the defendant and victim escape from the corridor to the boarding lounge. Apollo? How exactly did you determine that Clay was already gone in that footage? Ah, I see what you mean. Whether Clay was still alive at this point is pretty crucial. Your Honor, please take another look at the footage. Isn't it possible that Mr. Terran was still alive here and what Mr. Starbucks was helping him?
Why, I believe you're right. One man carrying the other to safety. What a beautiful expression of friendship.
Silence!
Perhaps that's what it looks like to a one-eye hothead and a dotard. But it only makes sense if it's the victim's dead body.
What do you mean?
Fulbright, explain this to Justice Dono.
You got it. Ready, kid? If the murder has occurred in the lounge, someone could have spotted it. Anyone can enter the lounge after all. But doing it while they were alone in the spaceship, that's a horse of a different color.
Objection!
But you can't deny that there's a possibility the murder could have happened in the lounge. All that video shows is a man helping his fellow astronaut out.
Silence!
Your assertion is based on emotion.
Oh, because I'm friend with Clay? Shut up.
It's based on your belief that Mr. Starbuck would surely help his own disciple. But you have no logical explanation. as to why the victim could still be alive. Unfortunately, Mr. Justice, the prosecution is right. Your argument is lacking in sound logic.
But it sounded perfectly logical to me.
Well, Mr. Justice, if you have no further objections, I believe it's time to bring this cross-examination to a close.
Objections? Well,
Hold it!
Your Honor, the defendant requests a little time to think and regroup.
Given the facts, I'm not sure I see the need.
What is it, Athena? It's just, there's something that's been bothering me.
If it isn't the defense is stalling for time, as always. Very well, I'm feeling generous. You may have a small measure of time.
Yes!
You have 5 seconds.
5 seconds?
4. After that, I've declared this cross-examination to be closed, and a verdict to be rendered. Your baldness, raise your gavel high. It's time for a countdown. 5, 4. Ooh! Oh! Ready?
We don't have time. Spit it out, Athena.
Only 3 more seconds!
Look, I don't think the prosecution's explanation is very complete. Meaning there's something's missing. Like, they conveniently left it unexplained. Something they didn't explain. Something they didn't explain. You're right. I think I know what you're talking about.
Your 5 seconds are up, Mr. Justice!
Let me save. Just to be sure.
Is there anything about the prosecution's argument that you would like to rebut?
Yes, Your Honor. Actually, there is. There is something the prosecution has yet to make clear out to this court.
Well, if you put it that way. What is it that the prosecution has failed to explain?
The motive for murder, why the body was moved. They have failed to explain why Mr. Starbuck would bother bringing the body back at all. If the defendant wanted to kill the victim, why didn't he just leave his body in the rocket? Why go through the trouble of bringing him all the way back to the boarding lounge?
Oh, that's true. I don't think we've heard the prosecution's thought on that yet.
That's because they have done, Your Honor. After all, how does one explain something so illogical?
Black wheel, ...
The prosecution is claiming that the defendant moved the victim's dead body. But what if the entire premise of that argument is wrong?
Then let's hear your theory, Mr. Justice.
The defense proposed that the defendant didn't kill the victim, and he was helping him.
Fulbright, explain it to our side friend here before I nod off to his monotone monologue. Inform him exactly why Space Boy moved the victim.
Huh? They've gotta be joking. It's simple, Mr. Starbuck. Starbuck did what he did to direct suspicion away from himself. He wanted to create the impression he heroically risked his life to save his partner. That's why he made sure to make it to the security camera, so there would be a record.
At the very least, he appears to have achieved success with you and the old man. One man carrying the other to safety. What a beautiful expression of friendship. The average person wearing a spacesuit weighs easily over 200 pounds, saving the life of a partner who weighs as much while trying to escape deadly flames. What a dramatic sob story fit for the silver screen. Indeed, I was completely taken in by the humanity of the story. You see? Yet the true ending and all that, all traces to his hammy act were meant to be blown up. Yes, And now we arrive at the thrilling conclusion. The third explosion!
Objection!
What are you talking about? There was no third explosion!
Silence!
Indeed, you are correct. But that is thanks to Detective R. It was she who identified and secured the bomb. However, it doesn't change the fact that the third bomb was discovered in the lounge. The steel coffin besides the witness stand. That will be a bomb transport case. We used that to transport the deactivated bomb here. It was found in the lounge. A bomb in the form of a most distasteful toy. FAMV. Why would Solomon bother disguising his bomb with such a tacky toy? What? One on the second floor of the main building, one on the launch pad, one in the lounge. The defendant planned to set off 3 firework displays. Fortunately, the third was discovered before it could be detonated, for had it not, the victim's body and other vital evidence would surely have been immolated.
Objection!
Before you utter a word, know that the evidence supports me.
It's like he's reading my mind.
As it's still undergoing forensic investigation, I do not have the evidence on hand. However, know that the peculiar item was found in one of Mr. Starbuck's pockets. Specifically, a bomb detonation switch.
You found what?
I suspect the defendants had no time to destroy such damning evidence. When the Space Center director and Detective R stumbled across the murder. So he thought to hide it in his pocket. Feeble brain that he is.
No! Mr. Starbuck would never do anything like that.
He throws a feather and slash it. And now Apollo is on the floor. Justice, Apollo. Open your eyes and see the truth. This appears to be irrefutable evidence that the accused set off the explosions.
No, there has to be some kind of mistake. This can't be the truth.
Still can't accept it. You'll believe it in your client, come what may. Then why don't you cross-examine the defendant himself?
This has got to be a trap. It's like Black Quill's controlling the entire game. Yeah, it seems like he was waiting for me to bring up the body moving issue. Why'd you say that? Because he had just the right argument when I pointed it out. And to really rub it in, he had a decisive piece of evidence up his sleeve too. He was trying to shake my faith in Mr. Starbuck to break me down. Then making you cross-examine Mr. Starbuck at this point was part of his plan too? Totally underhanded, but I wouldn't expect anything less from him.
Now, let us hear from the arch-villain, the fiendish murderer himself, famed astronaut Solomon Starbuck. Witness, your name and occupation, please.
Solomon Starbuck, astronaut. How did this happen?
Mr. Starbuck, you aren't looking very well. Will you be able to give testimony?
No.
Well, unfortunately, no is not an option. You are being accused of the Space Center bombing and the murder of Clay Terran. Please testify to these allegations.
Why bother? Mind if I take this suit off? It's getting really heavy.
Silence!
It's not the weight of the suit that you feel, but of your sins. Prepare to carry that weight for the rest of your life.
Banish me to the moon. I don't care anymore. Wow, that was super negative. Is he going to be alright up here there? He'll be fine, I think. As long as he doesn't totally give up and say he did it, that is. Witness testimony. I didn't kill him. All I did was support Clay over my shoulder and get us out of the rocket. Like always, I took the elevator down to the middle level and headed for the corridor. Clay had passed out by the time we got out to the order to evacuate. Now we see, he's looking at a chart, and now he's mimicking, pointing at monitors and buttons. This is green, this is green. All systems go. I didn't kill Clay, I was trying to save him.
So you assert you didn't set off the bombs or murder the victim?
Ha 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 ha. But I bet you think I'm lying, right?
I reserve all judgment until after I heard your full testimony.
I'm sure you don't believe me. I bet you don't even believe I'm an astronaut. I don't think the judge doubts that. Who would wear a suit like that except an astronaut?
I will say that when I saw you in that movie, you appeared quite courageous, though I suppose reality never quite live up to fantasy.
Yeah, even the haircut is different in the movie. Like he had some sort of lion's mane going on. A wolf mane going on. I guess I'm just a big disappointment. I really don't care what happens anymore. Oh no, he's completely given up. Somebody says, huh?
What a depressing fellow. If you were to join me in the clink, I imagine that annoying sighing of yours would rub off on the other inmates.
Like how it rubbed off on Prosecutor Blackwell a moment ago? Huh? That was Blackwell sighing? Oh, shit, that was him sighing. Mr. Starbuck testimony contains a glaring contradiction. The question is, what does it mean? Even if Mr. Starbuck is my client, I can't be gun-shy now. It's time to find out the truth. I didn't kill him. I didn't kill him. It's not my fault. It's bullshit. Wait, how did it go? I did not kill him. It's not true. It's bullshit. I did not kill him. I did not. Oh, hi, Mark. All I did was support Clay over my shoulder and get us out of here, rocket.
Hold it!
So, what you're saying is that the victim was still alive at the time? Well, of course, he was alive and well.
Silence!
If so, then you admit you took a man who was alive and well,
and silenced him permanently with this. What? No. Black hole confirmed, dead ahead. It's no good, Captain. I'm getting sucked in.
Objection!
Mr. Starbuck, you're not in space. Please give your testimony seriously. I was just nerves, but maybe I shouldn't have said that he was alive and well. It was more like he was slumped over. Those are complete opposite ends of the spectrum. Like always, I took the elevator down to the middle level and headed to the corridor.
Hold it!
Is that the elevator inside the launch pad area? That's right, we always use it to get to and from the cockpit. That makes sense, so he was just using the route he always used. In spite of the fact that there had just been explosions. Huh? I think Mr. Starbuck is hiding something. Something pretty big. Clay had passed out by the time we got the order to evacuate.
Hold it!
Passed out? Why was he passed out? Probably because of the explosion. The noise and vibration were incredible. It's no wonder a person would pass out, right? I guess. Not that I would know. Ah! I've been hit by space debris! The main engine's on fire! It's gonna blow! Ah! Face to white. And he fell. Yes, I see. I guess it does make sense that someone would pass out. Especially if the person in question is Mr. Starbuck. Anyway. I didn't kill Clay. I was trying to save him. So they're saying that this is where the contradiction is. I took the elevator down to the middle level and headed for the corridor. But there was an explosion on the second floor and all the things were shut down. Okay, I'm gonna try to. I'm gonna save here and present the evacuation report.
Objection!
No. Consider the evidence. There's obviously something wrong with that statement. Your gall knows no bound. It's shocking, really. What's that supposed to mean? You stand here brazenly objecting to perfectly factual statement. One does not see such shameless behavior that often. A penalty for a shameless attorney! Oh no, looks like Blackwell's turning the judge against me. Oh.
Hold it!
Not what I wanted. Anyway. It's gonna be quicker that way.
Objection!
The bombing report. Mr. Starbuck, I need your testimony to be as accurate as possible. Was I not being accurate? No, because it's impossible for you to have taken the elevator down to the middle level. What makes you say that, Mr. Justice? Please recall where the bomb went off in launch pad number 1. Also recall that after the explosion, the middle level elevator was engulfed in flames. Oh, you're right, which means... Exactly, the launch pad's elevator would have been unusable. In other words... Mr. Starbuck, your statement is decisively inconsistent with the facts. Just want to make sure. Okay, it's the elevator of the launch pad that he said that he used. But because of the bombing report... The fire of the explosion sparked the middle level of the launch pad near the elevator. So, yeah. Because there was an explosion, it was engulfed into flames, he couldn't have used the elevator. Oh, he sheltered himself with his helmet. What's with the helmet?
Mission Command, do you read me? Come in, please.
Objection!
This is Mission Command. I order you to pay attention. Stop this nonsense and answer my question, Mr. Starbuck. My helmet! My piping! I'm losing oxygen! My oxygen tank! I'm dying! Oxygen concentration and body temperature declining! Requesting medical assistance! God! Why do I always have the crazy...
Mr. Starbuck, we are not in space right now. Please stop pretending you have lost consciousness and stand back up.
I apologize, Your Honor. I forgot I was still on Earth. I feel like we all just got a real glimpse of Solomon Starbuck, the astronaut. Yeah, he seems more like an astronaut more than he was doing all that sighting. Mr. Starbuck, could you please explain the inconsistency in your statement about how you used the middle level elevator?
I was nervous and I said the wrong thing. I'm sorry.
Actually, it took a different route, I think. A different route? You think?
I hope you are able to deliver a straight story this time.
I'll get it right this time. Maybe. No, I mean probably. No, do or do not. There is no try. Probably.
Look, it's understandable to be nervous, but let me remind your accuracy is paramount in court.
My escape route. Let's see, my escape route. What I said before was a mistake. I remember now, I took a different route. Probably... With the capsule and clay in my arms, I made my way down the upper level.
So you're saying you escaped without using the elevator?
That's right. There's a ladder that spans the upper and middle level. I used that ladder to get to the middle level. But how could you carry a 200-pound body with you without dropping him? Luckily, the fire hydrants reached the ladder, so we could make our escape that way.
And the capsule you mentioned? I suppose you mean the thing next to Mr. Tennant here?
Yeah. You grab Mr. Tarrant with one arm and the capsule with the other. There's no arm for you to grab the ladder, dumbass.
Was the capsule that important that you would risk your life to take it with you?
It almost goes without saying, but yeah, the capsule contains asteroid samples. Therefore, it's invaluable as research material. With his spacesuit on, Clay weighed a ton, but securing the capsule was also important.
I need you to answer to the best of your ability. Mr. Starbuck, please remember that your verdict is riding on your testimony.
Maybe I am guilty after all. I wonder if you can see the stars in prison, but I bet it's more comfortable than a spaceship. Let's see, my escape route. What I said before was a mistake.
Hold it!
Sorry, there's just big news that's popping in front of me. Something about a podcast is like, oh no! Okay. Because somebody is making a podcast. It's been for 10 years, and next week is gonna be like the final episode. But it's only to make way for more creative projects because it takes too much time. I get it. I fully get it. Hey, everybody makes mistakes, but try thinking about the vastness of space instead. From Earth, it takes 4 light years to travel to our nearest neighboring star. So you see, compared to the vast expanse of space, human error is insignificant. I wish we'd consider it just a little more significant than 0. Enough jabbering. Get on with your testimony.
Hold it!
I remember now, I took a different route. Maybe, probably. Did I hear you right, Mr. Starbuck? I didn't say either of those things. Mission control, come in, please. An error has occurred in the sound system. Activate the emergency tin can telephone. Oh, no! Tin can telephones are ineffective in the vacuum of space.
Silence!
Stop this nonsense, or I will sever you and your tin can telephone. Alright, I'm begging you, I'll tell the truth. Just don't sever anything, please. Apollo, is he going to be alright? I don't know. I'm starting to think he's not. Let's see. So about when we were running away, with the capsule and clay in my arms, I made my way down from the upper level. Okay. So let's see. From the diagram.
Objection!
Mr. Starbuck, why don't you just tell the truth? The truth? Let's see. The Earth is blue. No, that's not right. So, I guess the Earth isn't blue? Yeah, that's it. The truth, Mr. Starbuck. God, the oxygen concentration is super low in this area. I prepared the emergency oxygen tanks.
Mr. Justice, the witness appears confused. Do something about it. Help draw out the truth from him.
Yeah, Mr. Starbuck, under the circumstances at the time, you couldn't possibly have reached the boarding lounge via the upper level route. Not as long as this was along the escape route. The ladder?
Take that!
To get down from the upper to the middle level where the Launchpad 1 corridor is, you would have to go down the ladder. Is that right, Mr. Starbuck? Of course, that was the only way we could escape.
Objection!
But how would that work? At the time, you were supporting Mr. Terran over your shoulder, were you not? And remember, he was in full space gear as well, putting him at over 200 pounds. Well, it's easy on the moon. Gravity is only 1/6 of what it is on Earth.
Objection!
But the Space Center is not located on the moon. It's located on Earth. Short of being an octopus climbing a ladder with an adult male in space gear in one arm, while carrying the capsule in your other is impossible, wouldn't you say? Oh. So, Mr. Starbuck, how exactly did you climb down that ladder with your arms full? Mr. Starbuck, come clean and tell us the truth. Now! Engineer! Where's that engineer? Hollow it! Help! Oxygen leak detected due to faulty maintenance. Evacuate immediately! Parachute. What the? He's flying the coop. He opened his parachute and somehow a draft of wind blew him up. I'm stuck. I'm caught on the ceiling. I can't get down. Help! Anyone? Seriously? Help!
Oh, bailiff! Prepare the cherry picker. We must launch our rescue mission at once.
Well, that's one way to take off while being questioned. I'd rather prove his innocence so he can go to space again someday for real.
Now then, Mr. Starbuck, do you think you can keep your feet planted on the ground?
Yes, Your Honor, I apologize for losing control. Are you ready to tell us the truth? Not that, please, anything but that. What is going on? This isn't the Mr. Starbuck I know.
It appears Space Boy is prone to deception. Witness!
Yikes! Yes.
I thought your story odd, but perhaps the inconsistencies can be explained as the result of a medical side effect.
Prosecutor Blackwell, please don't talk about that. What are you talking about, Prosecutor Blackwell?
Didn't I already state that Space Boy is ironically terrified of going into space? That's why he took some precaution just before the launch. For you see, traces of his anti-anxiety drug were found in his system.
Oh. I bet things are about to nosedive. Hold it! You got it all wrong. I told them during the investigation, too. I don't know anything about any drugs. I never took any medication, I swear. It was found in his system, but he doesn't remember taking it? How could that be? Somebody must have slipped them to me. But I guess maybe that's why I don't remember, because of the side effects. Yeah, that's why I don't remember much about what really happened. What?
Order in the court.
We can't get any useful testimony out of him if he doesn't remember anything. Well, this certainly explains why his testimony kept changing. Why didn't he just tell me he couldn't remember? I guess he didn't want anybody to find out he was terrified of going into space. Maybe I really did do it.
Which brings us to the answer of our original question of how the witnesses climbed down the ladder with a dead body.
It does? So what is it?
A dead man feels no pain and makes no complaints, Justice Dono. So the body was simply dropped down from the top of the ladder. Oh my. I see, and then the defendant could climb down with his free hand.
Objection!
Drop the body down? Who would do such a disrespectable thing? Besides, dropping the body down will leave marks on the body itself.
So you are capable of quick thinking. Yes, you are correct.
Really? Oh, thanks. What's this? The oxygen tank.
It's the oxygen tank from the victim's spacesuit. It's ruptured, and I'm sure you can figure out why. You can't be implying he ruptured it when the defendant dropped the victim's body. I am, for they fracture easily when struck.
Objection!
Even if that's true, the tank's explosion and shrapnel would leave his mark on the body. Yet, according to the autopsy report, only the knife wound was found on the victim's body. You're clearly grasping at straws with this line of reasoning.
Silence!
A spacesuit isn't heavy for the sake of being heavy, Justice Deneau. It includes the latest technological device and is made of fabric for tomorrow. This fabric is made to protect astronauts from the dangers of space. So falling to a few hurt yards would hardly leave a mark on the wearer.
Objection!
Then shouldn't it be impossible to stab someone through it as well?
It should, and yet, through sheer coincidence, the knife slipped through a weak spot in the suit's structure and found its way to its target.
What are the chances?
You forget that our killer is an astronaut himself, with knowledge of how the suit works.
It's got me there.
And now my argument has been proven. Spaceboy killed the victim in the rocket and then dropped his body from the upper level. After climbing down, he shouldered the body and made sure the camera recorded them. There's no room for debate about these facts. It is clear that Solomon Starbuck is the only one who can have killed Clay Terran.
Yeah!
Here, the report regarding the astronauts' oxygen tanks. Consider it my send-off gift. Feel free to use it as payment to cross the river Styx.
Throw his feather, yeah, spit his feather and then slash it. The victim's tanks was ruptured with 0% left. The defendants at 80%. Remaining oxygen is displayed on the left shoulder. Aha! So I was still correct. So Solomon passed out. So that's why his oxygen tank was still at 80%. And Clay was ruptured, and in the picture that we see, he was showing 5%. But when they show it so not for other people to see, for them to see, because it's on their left arm. So if they need to see their tank, they need to raise their left arm like this. You cannot see it, but you need to raise your left arm if you want to see the oxygen tank. So it's going to be displayed in the way that you could see it. So it's going to be 0, 5. Move upside down, it looks like 5, 0. 50%. Hey, this report is pretty detailed. The display on the astronaut's left shoulder showed the oxygen remaining. After the incident, the victim tank was ruptured and the remaining oxygen was 0%. The tank belongs to Starbuck, who claims to have carried the victim, said it was 80% full. Tanks were functioning properly at the time. Huh. These glowing cyan digits represent the amount of oxygen in the tank, you see. 50%. I'm done for. I'm going to present instead of space.
Space boy.
Yes?
Take heart. The bejeweled night sky is still beautiful even when viewed through bars.
You mean the stars as seen from prison?
That's right, your cell will be your spaceship. Picture the view through the iron bars. It's like being an astronaut in your own craft for all time.
That's not a half-bad thought. Mr. Starbucks? Prosecutor Black Will's gotten good. Spaceship prison cell, fly me my guilt and my despair into the deepest, darkest space. And then let's get sucked into a black hole together!
Objection!
Mr. Starbuck, you can't give up hope. Oh, yes, Apollo.
You know, Clay really looked up to you. He said you were an incredible man. He said you never gave up your dreams and passions for space, no matter the situation. He said that. So don't give up and help me prove your innocence. For the sake of the man who respected you and believed in you, Clay Terran. For Clay? You're wasting your breath. Roar! 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 Okay, now he's raging. Ha! Apollo, thank you. I can see things clearly now. Mr. Starbuck. I'm fine now, thanks for reminding me of my life's mission. Right, we'll both be fine. I'll prove you're innocent, you'll see. And after that, we'll get you back into space. Yar! You ignited the booster rockets of my soul! I'm on fire! I am Solomon Starbuck, astronaut, a cosmic hero chosen by the universe itself. This is no time to be whimpering and crying. I can't let you and Clay down. Balderdash. The sun, the moon, all of space is calling me. Solomon Starbuck. Ready for launch. Begin the countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Lift off! I'm swimming in the air. I'm floating. Big up. I went a little bit up. So yeah, I guess the public said 1. Well, I feel like I've witnessed an actual rocket launch. Apollo, you did it! You broke Prosecutor Blackwell's grip over Mr. Starbuck. I can't take the credit. It was all Mr. Starbuck. He pulled himself through. If you simpletons are done massaging one another's ego, no matter how positive you move, my advantage remains unshakable. I have but to wait for the final guilty verdict. Isn't that right, your baldness? Yeah, can't it up now. I have to stop Blackwell. I have to see this through. Mr. Starbuck just has to make it back into space. There's a picture of both of them, Clay and Apollo. I won't allow Clay's dream to remain unfulfilled. Got to destroy Blackwell's argument somehow. Think, Justice. Think. If the only people at Launchpad number 1 were Clay and Mr. Starbuck, and if Clay was already dead by the time this footage was taken, then the only person who could have killed him is Mr. Starbuck. So the only way to counter Blackwell's argument is if I can prove that Clay was still alive when they arrive at the boarding lounge. In which case, I should be able to find some contradiction in the evidence itself. Yes, there is. There is one right now. Let's see, how about this data that we just received? This supposedly proved that Mr. Starbuck dropped Clay's body in Launchpad number 1. But I'm going to prove that's false. Then there must be something I can use here. Enough of this farce, your boldness. Let's have your verdict.
Objection!
Prosecutor Blackwell, you seem to be in quite a hurry to rush the verdict. What about this oxygen tank data you submitted just now? It says that Mr. Starbuck's tank at 80% remaining while Mr. Terran's at 0. Do you stand by the accuracy of this report? Of course. then I guess it simply means that it's faulty, as evidence goes.
You will explain what you mean, Justice Luno.
It's simple. This evidence contradicts the facts of this case. Take a look at the detailed description and you'll see what I mean.
I hope you have some evidence, Mr. Justice, because I don't see what's so contradictory.
Yes, Your Honor, right away. This is the evidence that the oxygen tank report stands in contradiction to. Where's the picture? A security cam photo? Yeah.
Take that!
And how does this evidence present a contradiction?
The problem in this part here is this part right here.
Take that!
The 50. Note the remaining oxygen in Mr. Starbuck's tank as he carries Mr. Terran.
It appears to say 50.
Yes, but according to the data, our client tank had 80% remaining.
The oxygen in the tank increased.
I see Your Honor finds it as strange as I do. It's bad enough that there's a contradiction, but the increase in oxygen is beyond illogical.
Oh my, you're absolutely right. What is going on here?
Silence!
I too find it odd that the oxygen remaining has increased. It would be as odd as if my rations were to increase. But what does that prove? It doesn't change the fact that it is the defendant carrying the victim's corpse.
Objection!
It's the other way around. Hey, I'm going to bet you don't get more rations because you don't abide by the rules. Either way, the oxygen remaining should increase just as your rations don't increase. Therefore, this new information is critical. We can't overlook it.
Silence!
In that case, do you have an answer to this riddle of the mysteriously increasing oxygen? You better not disappoint, or I'll declare the inconsistency as mere equipment malfunction. Prosecutor Blackwell has a point. I suppose it could be a simple malfunction. Mr. Justice, if you cannot provide an adequate counter-argument to this point, I'm afraid I must bring this trial to an end. So do you think you can explain why the remaining oxygen level increased?
Of course I can. The thing to do at a time like this is turn my thinking around. Mr. Starbuck had no memory of it, but he claims to have carried clay. So this man with the 50 on his tank ought to be Mr. Starbuck. But if anything, the display on his oxygen tank should have shown an 80. This is a clear contradiction between the report and the security footage. So what I should be asking is not why did the oxygen level increase, but what had to have happened to make it look like it increased. Am I taking some kind of mistake in my base assumption here?
Well, Mr. Justice, we're waiting.
Yes, Your Honor. I'm ready to answer. This is why the remaining oxygen appears to have increased. They were going the other way, the victim was carrying the defendant. And the tanks were damaged. What if it was the other way around?
The other way around? Would you care to explain, Mr. Justice?
As you can see, Your Honor, both men had their helmets on this footage. But it turns out, this is where our base assumptions were astray. We assumed that it was Mr. Starbucks helping Mr. Terran, but it was the other way around. It wasn't Mr. Starbucks helping Mr. Terran at all. It was Mr. Terran who was helping Mr. Starbuck to the boarding lounge.
It was what? Order! Order! Mr. Justice! You mean to tell me that the person on the right of this image is the victim, Terran?
It's the only way the riddle of the increasing oxygen level can be solved, Your Honor. At this point in time, the remaining oxygen in the victim's tank was at 50%. And when the victim was found in the boarding lounge, his tank was at 0%. That's right, there's nothing contradictory about the oxygen level decreasing. This means Mr. Terran was alive as they made their escape to the lounge.
Silence!
How short your memory is. Have you forgotten what you yourself proposed? even if the victim was alive at this point in time. How did he descend the ladder with his arms full?
Objection!
Prosecutor Blackwell, you can't hurt me with a broken blade.
Excuse me.
It's true that we don't know how they got down the ladder. I suppose that matter needs further investigating. But we have proven that Mr. Terran was alive when he reached the boarding lounge. This fact alone shatters your claim, and opens up the possibility that the victim could have been killed by a third party. Raw! There were two people who claimed to be the first on the scene. But can't we truly trust their statements? Let's see, the two people were Detective Candace Arm and Yuri Cosmos, right? You think that one of them might have given a false statement to the police?
Yes, it's certainly possible. We might have to do a little more digging.
It seems we'll have to hear the testimony of these first two people on the scene.
Score!
Come to think of it, Detective Arm should be here in court right now. Bailiff, could you please show Detective Arm to the stand?
Somebody said hold it. Oh, it's detonate. Hold it. I have an announcement, everyone.
What's the meaning of this? We're in the middle of a trial here.
Please remain calm and listen carefully. Someone has reactivated the bomb. The bomb was defused, but it's about to explode. Explode?
Explode?
A bomb? Now? Ah, everybody run!
Eek, I don't want to die!
Oh no, everybody's panicking!
Silence!
Headless chicken with a death wish, the lot of you. Calm yourself before all else.
Come on, Apollo, let's get out of here! But what about Mr. Starbuck's dream? And who will carry out Clay's final wish? I don't care what happens to me. I'm not letting some bomb blow up the troop up forever. I refuse to let things end here. Apollo, this is no time to be dramatic. If we don't get out of here now, we're gonna die. Come on, this way. Hey, ouch. Let me go.
Apollo!
Juniper, she hasn't evacuated yet? Juniper, are you alright?
Apollo, no! Not that way!
Ah! And this is where everything exploded. I have no idea what happened with Juniper, but yeah. To be continued. Do you want to save? Yes, we're gonna save. Next chapter. In the middle of the Space Center bombing trial, we had another bombing incident. Yeah, the beginning of the 5th game. This one destroyed courtroom number 4. Furthermore, Apollo suffered massive injuries from being there when the bomb went off. He already had an eye injury for some reason. Juniper was there. Unfortunately, Juniper Woods was fingered as the courtroom bomber. Athena and I knew she had to be innocent, so we took her case on. We managed to clear Miss Wood's name. But Apollo sustained further injuries when he was attacked by Ted Tonate. December 19, 3:21 p.m. Write anything, agency. Apollo is a tough guy, but this is taking its toll on him. Yeah, poor guy. Being attacked by a tonade like that on top of all of his other injuries. Apollo is resting at the nearby Hickfield Clinic. So now we looking at Apollo. He's wearing Clay Terran's jacket on his shoulder, but he's not wearing his sleeve. He's just wearing it like some sort of cape. I've had some experience with that place myself. What an awful turn of event. I never thought he would land in a hospital of all places. Trucy ... You must miss him too, huh? Now that you don't have anybody to tease. Don't worry, he's young. He'll heal quickly and he'll be back before you know it. Trucy ... It's been a while since I last saw Trucy look so down. We won the court case, yet nobody feels much like celebrating.
Alright, enough of this, people! This is no time to be moping around. Now dry those eyes, both of you!
You're the only one who's crying, Athena.
Technicalities! Look, we have work to do. We have to take over.
Take over what exactly?
Apollo Space Center case, of course. As no verdict's been reached, there's still a chance. I agree with Athena. We should pick up Mr. Starbuck's defense. We have to avenge our fallen comrade. Right, Daddy?
Apollo wasn't exactly fallen. He's still alive, you know.
Good. Now that's settled, let's get going. Come on, get a run.
Wait. Right now?
Right now?
We better not be running the whole day. There she goes. Better go catch up. Can you take care of the office, Trucy?
Sure thing, Daddy. Let's be careful out there. In the meantime, I'm going to bake some cookies and fill up my magic panties for you.
Trucy seems to be feeling a little better. You can always count on Athena to perk everybody up with her enthusiasm.
Oh, she's back! Don't mind me. I just forgot to do a few things. Wallet, phone, documents, my bag.
Sounds more like you forgot everything. You can always count on Athena for that too.
Alright, you two. Let's be careful out there.
December 19, Detention Center, Visitors Room. So our client is one Solomon Starbuck. He's so famous, even I have heard of him.
That's right. He's a super famous astronaut who works at the Cosmos Space Center. He was actually up in outer space 7 years ago.
You seem to know quite a bit about him. Now I'm all excited to meet the man. Oh boy. Wow, that was the longest sigh I've ever heard. Apollo told me all about you. You're Phoenix Wright, Apollo's mentor, right? Yes, that's right.
Mentor has a nice ring to it. Don't worry about a thing, Mr. Starbuck. Mr. Wright and I got you covered.
Ah, and you're the new kid that Apollo told me about.
Wait, don't I know you from somewhere?
You mean other than your trial? I don't think so. I guess so. My mistake. My memory isn't what it used to be. My mind and body are kaput. Same goes for my life. I mean, I'm so astronomically unlucky that I had a bomb to go off in the middle of my trial. Trying to defend me would be like trying to enter the stratosphere without a spacecraft. Yikes, he seriously got to stop depressing himself. Cheer up, Mr. Starbuck. Besides, that thing you said about entering the stratosphere, that just means we would shine like shooting stars, right? Like shooting stars, huh? Hey, you know, you're right. What did I think of that? After all, that's where we all put on this earth to do, right? To shine like stars. Guess I shouldn't mention the fact that shooting stars burn out in the flash. Oh yeah, here we go! 3, 2, 1! To the stratosphere and beyond! Yeah, I feel alive now. You can go ahead and ask me anything you want. Is that really all it takes? Wow, okay. The case. So, you have no memory at all of the incident? I'm so ashamed. My memory of the time is as black and clouded as a dark nebula. Still, it's strange you don't remember a thing. Are you sure you didn't take one of those anti-anxiety pills like they said at the trial? You got it all wrong. I told them during the investigation too. I don't know anything about any drugs. I never took any medication, I swear. Oh, it is true I developed a fear of space because of what happened 7 years ago. And I was taking medication secretly every now and then when my anxiety got bad. I think a fear of space is not something an astronaut can brag about, you know. Oh, the so-called Hat 1 miracle. Oh, that must have been a terrifying experience. But I'm still an astronaut at heart, come what may. I would never take drugs that might impede my performance just because of a launch. Just before a launch. That launch meant everything to me. That's more certain than the theory of relativity. He seems like a completely different person now. This is the face of the astronaut I know. But the tranquilizer were found in your system. Yeah. See, that's the thing. I don't know why. I'm done for. If you didn't take them, then maybe somebody slipped them to you? Exactly! That's what I thought! It must have been the real culprit. My medication was in my locker. Anybody could have gotten their hands on it. Maybe the real culprit also planted the detonator switch in your pocket? Yeah, that's gotta be it. I've been framed! I'll say, they even managed to plant your prints on the switch before slipping it in. It's a real possibility. Do you remember anything else that might be relevant? Anything at all, no matter how small, like about the murder weapon, for example? That knife, I think it came from one of the Space Center's utility kits. Utility kits? Yeah, staff who works on machinery a lot are given these special toolkits to use. All the technicians have them, so I doubt you could prove whose knife it is. Utility updated in the court record. Victim's blood on it from a set of utility tools used by Space Center techs. The Hat 1 miracle. As I recall, your last trip into space was 7 years ago, right? That's right. It was a pretty rough experience. During that mission, we had all kinds of problems with the craft. You did? What kind of problems? Power failure, oxygen leakage, busted radio, cracked windows, loose control column. The heat shield came off as we were entering the atmosphere. I thought I was goner. But I managed to make it somehow with a popsicle and ice packs from the freezer. Wow. No wonder they dubbed it the Hat 1 miracle. It's a miracle you made it back. Space is a boundless place. That's why it continues to capture people's imagination. But the vastness of space shows us how insignificant we are in the scheme of things. The darkness just goes on, forever, and never, and never, and never
without end. Now we see him fade to black. It was a nice effect. There was nobody else there. Nobody was gonna come save me. I was all alone. All alone with nothing to listen to but the sound of my own breathing and heartbeat. I kept scrambling to make repairs, but I couldn't keep my hands from shaking. An experience like that would make anybody afraid to go up into space again. Outer space. With the experience you had, weren't you dreading this mission? What? No way, of course not. Even now, I want to go up into space so bad I can barely stand it. I want to shake off the Earth's gravity and escape velocity and speed around weightless. But you have to admit it was pretty harrowing. Weren't you even a tiny bit afraid? I was afraid. Of course I was. I still am. But space is a man's final frontier. An unknown world. The cosmic truth is out there waiting for us somewhere. The cosmic truth, huh? I guess there are people looking for the truth in every walk of life. No matter how afraid I am, I'm sure I can manage. If I give in to my fear, I'll never find the truth. As long as I don't give up, I can keep up on the fight. One thing's for sure, Mr. Starbuck's passion for space is undeniably the real deal. The victim. The victim, Clay Theron. He was kind of like your protege, wasn't he? Well, it was a big exaggerated deal like master and apprentice or anything like that. But Clay did think of me as his mentor. The mentor and the protege. What a combination they must have been. With his encouragement, I knew I could get over my fear and go back into space. But now... Clay must have been very encouraging, huh? Yeah, it's funny, really. Whenever I would hear him shout, "You're fine!" I always got the feeling everything's really was gonna be just fine. Oh, okay, I get it now. He's the best friend of Apollo Justice. He says, "I'm fine," and he echoes him back by saying, "You're fine." Oh my god. Two peas in the pond. You're fine? Apollo says I'm fine, and you're fine all the time too. And I always feel encouraged too whenever I hear him shout it. Yeah, Clay and Apollo were best buds. They used to come visit the Space Center and a lot, and since they were high school kids. One day out of the blue, Clay even told me he wanted to be my protege. Those two hung around the Space Center so much they were like a part of the staff. One time during zero-G training, I started to panic a little bit, and the two of them took turns shouting, "You're fine!" over the radio. It was a simple thing, but it was exactly what I needed to hear. So, I'm fine and you're fine were like Apollo and Clay's secret phrases, huh? I wish I could ask Apollo more about Clay and their relationship now. Speaking of Clay, how do you suppose he climbed down the ladder with you over his shoulder? Sorry, but I can't even begin to imagine. But he actually did climb down that ladder, so a way has to exist. From the freedom of space to the walls of a cell. But that prosecutor said the dark night sky isn't half bad through barred windows. You're fine! Solomon Soul Starbuck is fine. Everything is going to be alright. Huh? And Athena Psyche is fine! Come on, Mr. Wright, you too! Do I really have to? Phoenix Wright is fine! I can't hear you! Phoenix Wright is fine! We'll get you back into space yet, Mr. Starbuck. Believe in your own innocence and have faith in us. Apollo believed in you wholeheartedly, and that's good enough for me. I believe in you too, Starbuck. Thank you. Thank you, both of you. I'll put my faith in you. And I vow to make it back into space! But I need first is a not guilty verdict. It sure feels nice to reassure ourselves every now and then that we're all fine. Okay, Mr. Wright. Let's get our investigation of the Space Center started. Pronto! Good idea. Let's go. Alright, let's move. Entrance. So this is the entrance to the Space Center. December 19, Cosmos Space Center. Entrance. Wow, I was wondering what kind of place this Space Center would be. Yeah, there's a cardboard cutout. You can take pictures for you. Like there's an astronaut who is hugging some sort of gelatinous green slime with two beady little eye that comes out of his mass, and this mass of slime is standing on top of many small yellow tentacles. So like it's like some sort of tentacle monster made out of slime that waves high with eyes sticking out of their socket, standing on with little what's the name of, you know, those snail eyes, like those antenna where the eyes are on? There's a word for it, but I forgot what it is. Basically, that's how the aliens on the cardboard sounds like. So yeah, it looks like, yeah, there's a clearance, there's a security booth, and there's a display of a rocket engine next to the entrance, and there's a replica of the Mir space station spinning around on top of the ceiling, on top of the roof. It almost looks like an amusement park of the future. Like the Epcot Center? I don't know. Yeah, did you know they even let the public see their rocket up close? Oh, so check it out! Look at how brightly the JAXA logo shines in the sunlight above the entranceway. I really dig the stars and rocket motif it's got going. JAXA, huh? Is that the new name of the Space Federal R&D program? Yeah, but why the strange acronym? I mean, what is GIA supposed to stand for? Galaxy? It's supposed to be GIAT! If that were it, then the whole thing would be something like Galaxy Exploration Agency. There will be GXA instead of GAX. Which, if you ask me, I would have abbreviated to GAXA or even Gaia, GAEA. Yeah, Galaxy Exploration Agency. I guess so. Oh, I know, maybe the person who came up with the name just really likes the letter Y. This exchange is beginning to feel oddly like deja vu. Anyway, this place is more than just a research facility. It's also a tourist attraction. Question mark, tourist attraction? Don't make me laugh. It's a monument to the human race. Galactic scooters, full speed ahead. Oh, is the guy on the Segway? Hey, this is Yuri Cosmos. Oh, I get it. This captain is a parody of Space Battleship Yamato. He's the same as the spitting image of the commander. Yeah. And yeah, he was on the Segway just now. A space scooter. Yeah, excuse this geezer, and what's he want? Yeah, he's
Okay, so he is an emerald. Yeah, at least an emerald. He has 5 stripes on his sleeves with a star. He's probably a 5-star general. Like, there's a sticker of a star that looks exactly like the Super Mario star. On the left side, there's a giant medal that looks like a star spinning around a sun. And now is twinkling with his mustache, stretching it and letting it go, picking it up, plucking his mustache.
Look upon me and look well. Behold the great power of space science.
Pardon me, but you are...
My glorious name is Yuri Cosmos. I am the director of the Cosmos Space Center, the center of the cosmos.
Boss, that was pretty groan-inducing. If this person is the Space Center director, then that means... Aha! So you were the one of the first to discover Clay's body, weren't you? And who was the first to find the victim?
Actually, there were 2 of them. The Space Center director, Yuri Cosmos, and Detective Candace Arm.
Oh yeah, so yeah, he's wearing 5 stars on his shoulders, but this color is all stars all around. So he has like 10 stars all around. 5 in the front, 5 in the back.
That is correct. I was honored to be the very first man in all of space in time to discover the body. But this talk of the incident, are you by any chance the Space Police?
You can't tag the word space onto just any old thing, you know. We're Mr. Starbuck's lawyer. We're here to investigate this case. Oh, and we're Hert's lawyer, by the way.
Ah, I see. Well, I've heard about you. In that case, by my esteemed privilege, I grant you permission to investigate. I trust you are appropriately grateful. Now, go ahead. Have at it!
I can already tell he's going to be nothing but trouble. Okay, I just realized that the star logo of Super Mario, the star symbol is actually the button of his jacket, so he clips them. So he has more than one on his uniform. So he has his medal on the left, and on the right, that's where he clips his uniform. It's his star-shaped, Mario star-shaped button push thingy. I can already tell he's going to be nothing but trouble. Don't let him hear you say that, or you'll just see what trouble really is. Let's just be professional and ask him about when he found the body, okay? Yuri Cosmos. So, as director, what do you do here at the Space Center scientifically?
Defend peace across the galaxy and promote space development in this country. No matter what obstacle stands in our way, we keep going for the sake of mankind.
Now he posed like the famous, like, have at it, like, away. I believe I used the word specifically in my question.
Attention all personnel, to your break station. Prepare for break.
So he just picked some sort of intercom from his pocket. Oh, I get it. You just wander around and tell people what to do in a self-important manner.
That is exactly right. Because I am an important man. My manner is important.
Mr. Wright, this man doesn't get sarcasm. Well, there's bound to be some people like that. There in this boundlessness of space.
What's that? You want to know what it is that makes me important specifically? Very well, I will tell you. I was the central figure of the Hat 1 project. You may proceed to be appropriately impressed. Now go ahead. Have at it. Be impressed. I'll wait. I might be more impressed if I knew what you did it for. It specifically. About the bombing. Could you tell us what you know about the incident from the other day? I refuse. What? Explaining is a job for common folk, not the director of the center of the cosmos. Turns around. He puts his hand on his back and he looks at the sky. Like he's stargazing. Or pondering. My testimony, which will go down in space history, will be heard in the courtroom. What? Does that mean you'll be talking you'll be taking the stand tomorrow? That is correct. I will be the most glorious witness in the history of mankind. I'm not sure if he really understands what being a witness is all about, but go for him. Looks like Director Cosmos is the type that only talks about what he wants to talk about. Then let's at least try to ask him about the things he might be willing to open up about. Hat 1. The Hat 1 was a rocket that was launched into space 7 years ago, correct? And despite numerous problems, it somehow made its way back home? I suppose it is part of my job to educate ignorant young folks like you. Very well. I will impart to you the complete story of the Hat 1 project. Oh, thank you very much. Pondering. Hat 1's noble mission was to collect samples from an asteroid. And Mr. Starbucks was the pilot for that flight. Eventually, the Hat 1 reached its planned orbit. You see a satellite? From where it launched the Hope probe towards the asteroid belt. From there, the Hope probe began its long, lonely journey into the far reaches of space. Then, after a terrifying struggle, the Hat 1 returned safely to Earth. That struggle was when the incident known as the Hat 1 miracle occurred, right? Thrilling documentary in 3D. Oh! So it's, yeah, the Hat 1 miracle, a moving and thrilling documentary in 3D. Correct! And it truly was a miracle. Of course, they just had to turn the ordeal into a movie. As for the Hope probe, it did eventually arrive safely at its destination. It obtained a few samples from the asteroid and returned to Earth, but a few days ago. So what kind of samples are they? What's in them? The samples are scheduled for analysis in the near future. We haven't had time since they just came back the day before Terran's murder. Regrettably, we've had no time to inspect the samples due to everything that has occurred. But this put our space development program ahead of other countries by several years. That's quite impressive. I guess this guy isn't just a loud-mouthed braggart after all. In the golden age of space development, our predecessors were successful in bringing a moon rock back. That is the greatest achievement in the history of this space center. The public fell in love with space and all of its glorious potential. A moon rock, huh? I remember that being big. Our endeavors with the moon rock live on in our work with those asteroid samples. I want to bestow new hopes and dreams for the future upon mankind once again. That is my mission, as a man who stands at the center of the cosmos. I hear there's lots of research into moon rocks and stardust from asteroids these days. They say the result could potentially have a huge impact on all civilization. Yeah, basically, from what I heard, they could potentially reveal the true existence of our origins. For all we know, we're all star particles. And it's possible to reproduce human life because of those star particles. It's like we're in a new space race with every other country out there.
What? Bite your tongue. It's not for anything so base as money or politics. It's all for the brilliant future that awaits mankind, and all for my illustrious mission. With the recent budget cuts, my staff tells me finances are tight, but I won't hear it. I guess even a space program has to watch his budget. By the way, you seem awfully knowledgeable about this kind of thing, Athena. Oh, well, you know, I thought I'd better brush up for the case. Is that so? Well, I will be on my way. As you can see, I am a very busy and a very important man. Galactic Scooter! Fire up the main engine! Max battle speed! And engage! That thing is surprisingly fast. I guess we better get going. Let's make it so! The boarding lounge. Ah! The scene of the crime. This is where they found the body. So now in the back we see some sort of holographic screen where we can see some sort of hybrid of the Loch Ness Monster and the seahorse from space. And we see a little plane, some mountain, purple sky with a Saturn-like planet in the background. And we can see in the middle of the room, on the roof, on the ceiling, more specifically, one of those test chairs like they use to train astronaut about working in centrifuge force, like zero G and stuff like that. It spins in all directions, you know. And on the bottom left, there's a white line, a white lining of the body. And we see a door on the right that has the symbol of a satellite dish, and it says lock on it, and it has the same security padlock where you put your hand in to open the door. And there are some tables from the future. There's one table with some sort of dome that has some fizzy green liquid with two straws, foldable straws sticking out of it, where we could put our mouth in and drink or blow bubbles in it. I don't know. So this is where Mr. Terran was murdered. Yeah, this is the lounge. Let's see what the diagram the police made again. Right now we're in the main building here on the right side on the 3rd floor. Claim that Mr. Starbucks fled from launchpad number 1 after the explosion. You there! No admittance without express permission. We're Mr. Starbucks' lawyer. We've come to investigate. We also have Commander Cosmos' blessing. Sorry, nobody gets in without permission. Not even the police superintendent. Can't have Detective Fulbright getting mad at me. So, Detective Fulbright is here, huh? Yeah, he's in the launchpad number 1 corridor. Go get clearance from him and then we talk. Leave it to me. I'm great at getting intel out of Detective Fulbright. Let's see. What trick should I use on him today? I don't know if I should be grateful or afraid. So, to get to the Launchpad 1 corridor, we just have to go through that door with the blue rocket on it, I think. Yeah. So now there's another door. It's green, but it says men go in and robots come out. So basically, it's a door that both man and robot can. Oh. All right. Sorry about that. It was regarding a tabletop game, let's just say. It's one of my projects that I wanted to start, but I'm still looking for players. We just have to go through that door with the blue rocket on it. The blue rocket on it. Yeah, wait, that door. It looks awfully familiar. Yeah, it's the door where they get out from the security footage. Good eye, boss. This is the door Clay and Mr. Starbuck used during their escape from the launch pad. Ah, that explains it. The fingerprint system has been deactivated, so I think we can just pass through. Okay, sorry about that. So if the stream interrupts abruptly, it's probably because I'm going to do some character building with a potential player. Now come on, let's go! Launchpad 1 corridor. We're going to see Fulbright here. Oh, do not cross, do not cross, do not cross. Okay, there's a robot, seems to do some vacuuming on the side. And in the middle, there's those, those those rolling floor, like moving escalators. But those horizontal, we see them in the airports. There's 2 railways, you can just lean on it and you can move, freely. So yeah, on the right, this is where all the access, even in space, safety first. So that's what it says. So yeah, on the right we see like the robot maintenance that does some cleaning and stuff like that. So this is it, huh? This is the corridor the 2 of them use in their escape. Yep, this is the only thing connecting Launchpad number 1 with the main building. I see police tape down at the other end. Guess we won't be looking at the Launchpad. After the explosion, this whole corridor must have been filled with smoke. And the Launchpad itself was probably a sea of flames. Must have been pretty scary for them. Now, where could Detective Fulbright be? Hey, I think that's him over there. What should I do? Which path is the path of justice? He seems to be lost. That's funny. This corridor is a straight shot. Huh? Ah, it's you lawyer people. Welcome to the Space Center. Enjoying a relaxing day off, are you? Here for a little rocket sightseeing? We're here to investigate the scene, same as you. Do you have any info to share? Boss, if he acts at all reluctant to give us information, we hit him with the whatever shall we do act. I'm sure he'll fall for it. Got it? Are we trying to catch the unruly family dog here or something? Info on the case, huh? Alright, I'll gladly share some with you. Huh? What just happened? Detectives and lawyers seeking truth and justice side by side. I like it. Just take whatever you want from me, you info bandits. I'm in a generous mood today. I don't know. There's something weird about Detective Fulbright today. Well, we need information, so let's run with it. If you say so. Crime scene. Detective Fulbright, could you give us permission to investigate the crime scene? There's an officer on guard and we can't get in. Oh, whatever shall we do? That's an easy one. I'll let them know over there to let you in. Investigate to your heart's content. Take a week if you need it. A month even. Shall I have some snack delivered? One of my men gives me neck rub. No, that's okay, but thanks. Definitely not the Fulbright I know. Detective Fulbright is acting sickeningly sweet. It's kind of gross, actually. Do you think he hit his head or something? Who knows? Whatever the case, it's making our lives way easier. What happened exactly? You were here at the Space Center at the time of the incident, weren't you, Detective? That's right. I was here on a security assignment. The police are required to secure rocket launches now? I didn't know that. Yes, well, you know us. To serve and protect. The explosions occurred while I was here on duty, so I started leading the evacuation. He's leaving out a lot of details, but okay. Could you tell us more about what happened? Of course! A bomb went off on the 2nd floor of the main building. Right after that, the one over in Launchpad number 1 also blew sky high. So I immediately instructed the visitors and the employees to evacuate to the shelter. The shelter on the 1st basement. That's right! There's an evacuation shelter in the basement of the Space Center. It's there for accidents and emergencies and the like.
So, where were you when the first bomb went off?
I was on duty on the 4th floor. It was quite the madhouse, I tell you. The elevator wasn't working on account of the explosion, you see. And the stairs on the 2nd floor were destroyed, so we couldn't go that way.
So what happened? Then wasn't it impossible to get down to the basement shelter?
No, we lowered an emergency ladder from a 4th floor window and escaped that way. It was a folding ladder, so it wasn't very stable, but at least it reached the ground. After I secured the ladder, I left to take another look around for any other survivor. Once everyone else got out safely, I made my way down to and headed to the shelter.
Wow, what an ordeal! But climbing down an emergency ladder kinda sounds fun!
Thank you for your answer, Detective. They were really helpful. Just a moment! I have some more information to share with you. But don't tell Prosecutor Blackwell, okay?
Oh, wow! And Prosecutor Blackwell usually has you on a short leash, too.
Well, never mind that. Haha! I thought you should know that there was a witness.
Could you tell us more about this witness?
Sure thing. The witness was a Space Center employee who was on the 4th floor. While she was climbing down, she looked through a window into the 3rd floor lounge.
She was climbing down, looked through a window. Oh, okay. She was on the 4th while coming down. She was looking through the window inside. She was peeking at inside the lounge from outside. Okay. So she was looking into the crime scene from the outside?
That's right. It was just a matter of chance that she saw something important. Not that I know what she saw exactly yet, though.
You don't? But that's the most important thing of all.
Ha! Don't you worry. I'll get around to interviewing her soon enough. She should still be somewhere here in the Space Center. You might even run into her.
A 4th floor employee, huh? Alright. Thanks for the info, Detective Fulbright. Gee, you're sure being cooperative, Detective. A little too cooperative, even.
Yes, well, actually,
Something you can talk about.
Yes, something like that. Anyway, never mind. Don't worry about me. Well, I'll be on my way now.
He's not even saying "In justice we trust." What was that all about? Something is definitely going on. I'm going to get it out of him the next time I see him. Okay. Not sure he'll talk about it, though. Well, we have permission to investigate now. Let's head back to the boarding lounge. Yeah, boarding lounge. We can investigate. Yeah. December 19, Cosmos Space Center, boarding lounge.
Ah, you two. Detective Fulbright has granted you permission to investigate. He also said I should bring you some snacks or give you a neck rub, too, if you like.
That's alright. Thank you for the offer. Well, time to roll up our sleeves and start investigating. Now, let's see. Where's that diagram again? So, this lounge is on the 3rd floor of the main building. And according to Apollo, this is where he believes a third party killed his friend. Well, let's stop the recap and start looking for traces of this third person then. You read my mind, Athena. We'll make that our first priority. There's just one problem, though. This room. It's just so big. Don't worry, we can use this to help us. Space Center pamphlet for tourists? Yup, picked it up at the entrance. The maps inside should come in handy. Let's see. Yup, here it is. Map of the lounge. Okay. This is the door we went through to talk to Detective Fulbright. So here's we have Launchpad Corridor, the door, boarding lounge.
And the door with the satellite dish, the red satellite dish on it, is the control room. And from the control room, there are another door that goes to the right side of the boarding lounge, and a door that goes south that access the elevators. And then there's the emergency ladders that goes from all four directions, but they're not north, south, east, west. They're northwest, northeast, southwest, southeast. Oh yeah, that's the door with the fingerprint recognition lock. Well, I guess this map will make things a little easier. Space Center pamphlet added to the court record. Yeah, no more excuses. Let's strike down the third person. Wait, there's just one more thing. What's that strange creature moving around outside the window? Oh, boss, it's just a holographic image. Oh yeah, I knew that. Phew, that's a relief. There should be a button somewhere in this room to turn the image on and off. That's what it says in the pamphlet anyway. The only reason you're so eager to start is so that you can push that button, isn't it? And what's wrong with that? Let's just look for the button while we're looking for clues. Alright, fine. Let's get investigating. Alright, examine. Okay, here's the body. So this is where they discovered Clay. Yeah, he was already dead when they found him. Let's take a look at the photo. Yep. So he was stretched out like this, and what's that thing that looks like a thermos? Oh, that's the thing that Prosecutor Blackwell mentioned when I was in court with Apollo. He said that it contained an asteroid sample. Oh right, Director Cosmos mentioned something about that too, didn't he? That they were brought back only 5 days ago by the probe that the Hat 1 launched. I wonder what they look like. Do you think they'll let us see? Let's think about that after we solve the case, okay? That's some pretty futuristic looking furniture over there. According to the pamphlet, those are no ordinary chairs. They're like amusement park teacup rides. You can power them yourself, it says. If you spin the table, your chair spins too. Why would anybody want to have something like that here? It's for astronauts who have trouble with the device on the ceiling. No vertical spins. It says it's a training device that's easy on the eyes and on the body. Can a person really call themselves an astronaut if they can't handle zero-G? That's some pretty futuristic furniture. It's the same thing. At first glance, it looks like a peaceful landscape, but then there's that creature. Didn't the probe go to some planet? Maybe this is what its surface looked like. I don't know, I think it would have made the news if they discovered a creature like that. It did make quite a bit of news, though, when the probe came back. Yeah, but the Hope probe didn't even go to a planet, it went to an asteroid. That's a big rock kind of thing, even the aliens can't live there. A window! And it's right next to the holographic image, too! I bet it's here to help people to see the stark contrast between reality and virtual reality. Way off. It says emergency ventilation. You know, to clear smoke from a fire. See? It's pointing out the virtual insanity of reality! Okay, she's just as crazy as Maya. No matter how I look at it, all I can think of is torture device. But I guess it's a training device for getting up to zero gravity. For getting used to zero gravity. Uh-oh, Athena has an odd glint in her eyes. Is she thinking about trying that thing out? I should try to stop her, but I'm afraid she'll just out-muscle me. Hey, Mr. Wright! Look at that up here! Up there! Look at that! Oh! Some kind of fragment. It's stuck in tight. Oh, that's what the glint was all about. A blade? Something broke. The color looks familiar. I think it's part of an oxygen tank. Oh. I think you're right, but if that's here, it means Clay's tank ruptured after they arrive at the boarding lounge, which makes sense. So Prosecutor Blackwell's theory that Mr. Starbuck dropped Clay down the ladder must be wrong. This proves that both of the astronauts were alive when they reached the boarding lounge. So Apollo was right. The scene of the murder wasn't the lounge pad. Hee! Way to go, Apollo! I didn't pay attention to that thing over there. So it looks like there are 3 doors that lead in and out of this room. Well, let's check. Drum roll, please. Ta-da! The Space Center pamphlet. We're here at this place that says Boarding Lounge Number 1. There are 3 doors. Let's call it lefty, righty, and downy. People usually say west, east, and south in case like this, you know. Details, details. Anyway, take a look at the west door. So the west door will be the door with the rocket icon leads to Launchpad number 1. I know because it says here on the map, Launchpad 1 corridor. So that's where we were with the detective. It was filled with smoke after the explosion. Right, next up, the right-hand side of the map, or east in your world. That's the door with the satellite dish icon to signify communication, aka the control room. Yup, it definitely says control room. Looks like it has another color on the opposite side, another door. They communicate and exchange information with rockets and probes in space from there. So it's the center of the Space Center. The Space Center, if you will. Does everybody start to talk like Director Cosmos after they've been there a while? But it seems that they built a new command center on the 6th floor. That's what they used for the Hat 2 mission, so this control room was empty at the time. I've always wanted to see the inside of our mission control rooms, and since we're here, I would love to do that too, but it doesn't look like we'll be able to. They want to keep curious kids like you out. So the door is protected with fingerprints recognition. Only the director can go through. With that much security, I'm definitely not the one they're looking to keep out, Tina. So apparently the lock is also hooked up to a backup generator in case of emergencies. Control room door lock added to the court record. The door lock to the east, it can only be operated by the director. Backup power lets it functions even when the power goes out. So when the power was out, this door could still be open. Okay, what about that last door? This lower door, oh, excuse me, I mean south door, it leads to the elevators. Ah, the green door. This is the door we came through when we entered this room, right? Yep, and of course there was no fingerprints recognition device, so it's open to anyone. But the elevators weren't working at the time due to the explosion and the power outage. Well, that's about it for the 3 Musketeers of the boarding lounge. Thanks. Understanding the layout of the lounge should help us understand the case. Well, right now they're saying it. Where is this? I mean, if there was a power outage and they came out from Launchpad corridor, they couldn't go to the boarding lounge and they couldn't go to the control room. If there was a person who would come and do the murder, he would have to come from The control room. So it's the director who've done it. There's no other way around. The director did it. That's why I thought we'd better have a good grasp of where all the doors go. Okay, so now we can explore. Oh! I just realized there's a bullet hole on that window. Oh no, wait. It's a spider web. A bright purple sky, plenty of greenery, and a tranquil lake. The idyllic scene stretches on as far as the eye can see. It's beautiful, but it lacks something to make it truly captivating. Yeah. I kind of like the spider web. So no, it's not a bullet hole. What's this? Here's another amazing piece of equipment. Walk on the surface of the moon, it says. Oh, it's open for the public. It's to imitate the gravity of the moon. And there's a warning sign saying that if you jump too high, you're gonna bump your head on the ceiling. Because if it's 1/6 of the gravity, you're gonna jump 6 times higher. Oh boy, I wanna try it! Gravity is weak on the moon, so I bet it could do mid-air somersault. We're still on Earth, remember? Besides, it's connected to the ceiling. Well, at least I could jump really high. There's a sign on the wall that very clearly says, don't jump too high. Then what good is this thing? Didn't I say it's the beginning? Walk on the surface of the moon. And there's that over there. Oh, there's a garbage symbol on the floor with an arrow that points to this thing over there. What's this? A trapdoor? It's a trash chute. The cleaning robot threw the garbage out from here. The robots do the cleaning with a futuristic world. What a futuristic world we live in. Oh shit, we need to inspect that. Probably the robot got rid of the evidence without them knowing. I just hope they don't revolt like they do in science fiction movies. No way, all the robots here are very nice. Actually, wasn't there one in the launch pad, number 1 corridor? We can go say hi to it if you want. Yeah, there's a footprint here. This is supposed to be the surface of the moon. Like they replicate. This is a sandbox who's supposed to be replicating the surface of the moon. So there's probably a lot of soil, and they draw asteroids, craters here, and this is a replica of one of the footprints of those who walked on the moon: Neil Armstrong, Buzz Aldrin, and the third guy, you know. The guy who technically didn't walk on the moon. Oh, those are great. Oh, something shiny. Hey, I see something shiny down there. Let's take this cover off. A bullet? Looks like a metal jelly bean. It's really small, but it's a bullet. It's only about 2 or 3 millimeters in diameter. Let's see, that would make the caliber 10? Caliber refers to the diameter of a gun's barrel, right? Yes, but I've never heard of a 10 caliber gun before. This bullet must be for a special kind of gun. I bet if you try firing a bullet this small with a regular size gun, it would just fall right out. Yeah, it must have been a really small gun. I wonder how the bullet ended up here. I mean, we're in the bottom left of the south door side of the room, according to this map. That's pretty far from where Clay's body was. Maybe the police didn't take to look here. Yeah, leave it to Detective Fulbright to accidentally hand us just the card we need. Bullet added to the court record, discovered in the gutter that runs along the south wall of the boarding lounge. Fired from a 10 caliber handgun. A very small handgun. A very small gun. Are we done here? Okay. I wonder what this big knob is for. It looks like the knob on a stove. Well, it's the same shape, but I think that's where the similarities end. I mean, it's behind a glass pane. What kind of stove would require knob security like this? Well, the knob is straight up and down, so if it was for a stove, the burner would be off. Right, if it was for a stove. Still, I wonder what it's really for. Something turned out by a knob that's not a stove? How about a rocket engine? If you had to start the engine here, the rocket would take off before you could get in. Then I guess all we can say for now is that it's a mystery knob. So this is the fingerprints recognition device. I guess you put your hand on this hand mark. Why guess when you can try? No, to line my hand up with the outline. Don't, Athena, this thing is related to the case. Get your prints all over that, and the next thing you know, you'll be named a suspect. How can you be so cruel to a little girl like me? I'm not buying those tears, Missy. So let's see, this door is... Where's that pamphlet? Here we are. It's the door to the corridor that leads to launchpad number 1. We went through it earlier when we went to talk to Detective Fulbright. So I guess the security lock must be disengaged now, right? They say the corridor was filled with smoke at the time of the bombing. This thing beside the door, this must be the fingerprint recognition device. Which reminds me, I think Prosecutor Blackwell talked about it at the trial.
The notion of a third party in launchpad number 1 is utterly absurd. Just to enter the area from the lounge, one must pass through a door guarded by a fingerprint recognition device. And allow me to state up front that there are precious few with the clearance to do so. Then, does this mean that the bomber prints were verified by the system? But the number of authorized personnel was supposed to be really small. Voila! Fingerprint powder! I brought it just in case something like this came up. I found it at the office. I've been just itching for a chance to use it. Wow, way to think ahead. Now let's just dust the fingerprints recognition device and see what we can find. You got it! Now to sprinkle some of it here, and a little of it there, and... Let's see what we have here. Oh, we got something. Aw, it's only a single set of prints. Is that a good thing? Sure wish we could figure out whose prints these are. Although I doubt we'll be so lucky as to get the culprit's prints on the first try. Well, I'm willing to bet that Detective Fulbright has some fingerprint data. Right, and there's the security footage of this door too. Yes, here it is. It came up in court the other day. I wish we could see the part of the footage just after this bit. Oh, because that would be right before the murder, wouldn't it? Let's ask the detective. With the mood he's in, he'll probably show it to us right away. Yeah, he's almost too good for a mood today. Let's go see if we can find him again once we're done with this room.
Oh. Well, well, well. See a remote here. There's some kind of panel with 2 buttons on it here. Just push it! That's the invariable principle of buttons. There are such thing as button left on push. And it's turned off. Hey! The giant holographic image disappeared! Yeah, though that side of the wall seems kind of barren without it now. Still, let's see if we can find anything new with the image off. There's some pods. These are apparently oxygen capsules, therefore recovery after a training session. I wonder if they can change your voice? Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Huh? It didn't do a thing. It's not helium, Athena, it's oxygen. Oh, a mirror! How thoughtful of them to put one here. Thoughtful? So the ladies can fix their makeup. One's appearance is just as important in space as it is on Earth, you know. You never know when you're going to run into some other life form after all. I doubt anybody would think like that would ever become an astronaut in the first place. There's a control room, blah blah blah. Aha! It wasn't a spider web after all. It's a bullet hole. Hey, Mr. Wright, take a look at this. It looks like a bullet hole. Great find, Athena. It's pretty big. Whoever fired the shot must have been using a pretty large gun. You think so? Based on my experience, I would say this was fired from a regular pistol. Well, whatever size it was, somebody fired a gun in here, right? Apparently, this is an important fact. Do you see a bullet around somewhere? No, the police might have taken it, though. Bullet hole added to the court. Single bullet hole was found in the boarding lounge. The bullet itself is missing. Let's ask Detective Fulbright about this bullet hole later. Okay, so the face of the robot is the same as Widget. So I think I'm gonna give him the same voice as Widget. Welcome to the Space Center, guests. Welcome.
Yikes! What in the world?
My name is Ponko, P-O-N-C-O, Ponko! Are you sightseeing? Are you lost? Are you looking around? Choose one. I will guide you. It's a robot? I am not a robot. I am Ponko. Angry. Psychological observation and navigation companion and yeah, P-A-N-C, but yeah, companion goes with C-O, so Panko. Psychological observation and navigation companion, P-O-N-C. Punko, P-O-N-C-O, Punko, and Punko was his name, oh. There was a robot that has a name, and Ponko was his name, oh. P-O-N-C-O, 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 and Ponko was his name, oh. Well, I'm glad we got that cleared out. Oh, Ponko, I've missed you! Huh? You know this thing, Athena? Oh, she, showed us around the last time when I came here with a polo.
Oh, you such a good girl, Punko. That's a good girl. Who's a good girl? Buju, 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 buju.
Oh, thank you, thank you. I'm so happy, so very happy.
Wow, a guide robot. That's pretty cool. My name is Phoenix Wright. Nice to meet you.
I don't know you. I don't know you.
Huh? Ouch, that hurt.
So, oh, she has to register people she meets for the first time. Please register him, Punko. Certainly, commencing guest registration. Please tell me your name. A nickname is fine too. His name is Phoenix.
A bit overly familiar, but I'll allow it.
Phoenix, please let me get a good look at your face.
Oh, sure.
Registering. Facial registration sequence complete. We are now officially friends. Nice to meet you, Phoenix.
This robot is pretty cute.
You made a friend, boss. Isn't it great? Phoenix, Athena, allow me to guide you. Right this way. Oh, goody. Let's go, boss.
Go where?
December 19, Cosmos Space Center.
The Space Museum.
Yeah. So we went to another corridor and went to the Space Museum on the same floor. We're looking at a rocket. There's some mobiles of aliens spaceship that's shooting. Oh wow, what is this place? We see a model of a rocket, not the one that left off. There's another one who's actually... There's a model of Jupiter and the model of Earth at the top. Is that rocket real? Welcome, welcome. The Space Museum is open to the public every day of the year from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. Learn about the history of our nation's space development and the Hat 1 project. The rocket is just a replica, but it's the same size as the real one. The Space Museum? Oh, here it is on the map. Okay, so it's on the exact opposite side of the main building from launch pad number 1. So, Space Center pamphlet updating the court record includes a diagram of the boarding lounge and a cross-section 3D cross-section view of the Space Center. Whoop. Ask me anything, I will explain. The Hat 1. This is quite the place. I can't believe we get to see a rocket this close up. This is a replica of the Hat 1 that was launched 7 years ago. It's exactly like the real Hat 1 inside and out. Its little brother, the Hat 2, was supposed to launch the other day. I wonder if Funko knows why the launch was cancelled. Over there is an exhibit about the launch 7 years ago. Check it out. Check it out now. Spacesuit, photos, newspapers. Hey, what's this a photo of? I'd like to come here again on the day off. Phoenix, that's the staff of the Hat One project. Okay, so now we see Clay. We have Starbuck, Cosmos in the middle. Then we have two women. One of them has some sort of meatball antennas. They're shaped like cat ears. Alright. Oh, there's Mr. Starbuck. He looks so young. And so different. Yeah, this is his old haircut before his hair was shaped like a rocket. So he looks exactly like the Starbuck in the movie. Ah, and that's... What is it, Athena? Is something wrong? Yeah, the woman to the far right. She has some sort of white kimono. Something tells me this is Athena's mom. Oh, nothing! I just thought Mr. Starbuck looked really young too, that's all. And then we have Punko with a lot of bruises. Like bandages, something written in Japanese, and a little drawing of Happy Punko wrapped around its dome head. Well, it was 7 years ago after all, so the young guy standing next to Mr. Starbuck is Clay Terran, the victim. So they were mentor and protege even way back then. And he's even got one of the staff jacket. It looks just like a regular staff member. No, Clay was still a student then. He just borrowed one of Solomon's old jacket. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Clay would have still been in high school 7 years ago. Yeah. Everybody looks so happy. The Space Museum is great. What fantastic exhibits. We have, this area used to be Launchpad number 2. That's why the only entrance is on the 3rd floor. Yeah, the building looks similar. Wouldn't be better if they just made a new ground floor entrance instead? There was talk of it, but they have to scrap their plans because of the budget cuts. Budget cuts! Budget cuts! We need more money! Money! Who would record that kind of information into a guide robot? Yeah, robot is crying. While it was in space, the Hat One launched a probe called Hope. The Hope probe collected some samples from an asteroid and returned 5 days ago. That's what Director Cosmos says too. He told us he came back the day before Clay was killed. And here it is, the Hope Space Probe. I think I've seen that logo somewhere before. Yeah, it's the same for all the museum. Let's see. Oh yeah, the capsule that the victim was carrying. Yeah, that's the same logo. I think it can be seen in the photo attached to the autopsy report. Maybe she'll give me some more info if I show it to her. The way the Space Center launchpad is set up is really cool. Would you like me to tell you about it? Would you? The setup of the launchpad? Go gentle on my spiky-haired mind. I wanna know! Phoenix wants to know too! Great. Now Athena's got a case of punkoitis. Hooray! I will tell you then! The rocket is built right inside the launchpad structure. Oh shit. Oh shit! Are they rotating? When the rocket is complete, it's moved along with the launchpad over the rails. Yeah! The building has rails on it. No wonder they're out of money. And brought into position at the launch site. So the same can be done with the Space Museum if it used to be a launch pad. Shit! Yeah, it goes to the launch site north. Bye-bye. Isn't it cool? Isn't it? We used to have a big budget, so that's how we could build it all. It's pretty cool. A grand setup that suits an important place like the Space Center. I guess everyone is hoping for a bigger budget next year, myself included. I'm guessing the whole thing is operated from the control room, huh? That is it, but it can also be operated from the new command center too. Ah. Either way, the safety lock in the boarding lounge has to first be disengaged. I guess before a big move like that can be carried out, there are all kinds of procedures. Would love to see the launch pad being moved. What's the next one scheduled for? Searching data. Searching. All future plans have been put on hold. Because of the bombing and the murder, I'll bet. Which is perfectly understandable. Well, when was the last time it was moved? Searching data. Searching. Yesterday! No, not real. I'm sorry, that answer isn't in my answer database. The answer has been erased. I guess Punko can only answer certain questions. Okay, so let's present the thing. Punko, do you recognize this capsule here in the top right? Checking registered data. Checking. Exclamation mark. I know, it's the Hope capsule. It was carried inside the Hope probe. It contained the asteroid samples, right? Yes, it was designed to store the samples gathered by the Hope probe. It's been stored in the safe in Launchpad number 1 ever since it returned to Earth. It must not be removed! It must not be removed! Don't worry, Punko. The people in charge already know what happened. They do? Do they? I must ask them later. So the capsule was being kept in Launchpad number 1, huh? Maybe Cleo was trying to carry it to safety after the explosion. The Space Center staff must have been really excited to finally get the capsule back. But it's a pity this incident occurred before they got a chance to check the contents. Well, the police took it as evidence, so they'll have to wait a little longer. Hope capsule added to the court record. Found in the victim's possession, it recently returned from a 7-year-old mission. It contains asteroid samples. Well, we certainly learned a lot about the Space Museum. Thank you, Punko. You explained everything very well. I love to explain. Thank you for listening. Thank you. You two are like old friends. It's hard to believe you just met recently. It's because Punko is so friendly. Well, what should we investigate next? Let's go find Detective Fulbright. We have things to ask him about. Yeah, let's see. The security footage and the fingerprint data, was it? Okay, let's go back to Launchpad number 1 corridor. Bye, Punko. See you later. Come again. Don't forget to visit the gift shop. Poor Punko. What a Dickensian life we all forced to leave. Okay, so let's go to the corridor. December 19, Cosmos Space Center, Launchpad number 1, corridor. What should I do? Which path is the path of justice? There's Detective Fulbright. He still seems to be lost, even though it's a straight corridor. Let's hope he's still in cooperating mode as well then. If he doesn't cooperate, then I'll just have to use my powers on him. You mean that lady in distress bit? Okay, let's present him a thing. That would have been this. Something for the lost and found. I'll be sure to take care of it. No. This is an important piece of evidence. Oh, that wasn't it. Detective, about the security footage that was taken by the boarding lounge #1 camera. Oh, that footage! Go ahead and ask me anything you'd like about it. Is there any way I could see a little more of the part just after this? Easy as pie! I'll be glad to show you! Here we go! Screen went blank. Yes! Apparently, the after effects of the explosion damaged the wires. Let me guess. It was the bullet. So there's no footage after this point. Ha ha ha! Why didn't you just say so from the beginning? Security camera video updated in the court record. Video showing the defendant and victim's escape from the corridor. The video ends immediately after this scene. Wow. When the explosions occurred, everyone was on the verge of panic. But the important thing is that no one from the general public was hurt. And it was all thanks to the evacuation effort we headed up. After that, you escaped the building yourself as well, right? Me? Escape? Nonsense! I wanted to run straight towards the blast! I was the other detectives who stopped me! We gotta get you out of there! Somewhere safe, sir, they said. Maybe you should take care of your own evacuation order more than to heart next time, detective. The victim went to all that trouble to save the defendant. And then he was mercilessly killed. Is there no justice in this world? Justice was trampled underfoot that day. That's right. Acts of justice and selflessness are not always rewarded. It pains me to say it, but I've come to realize the truth in that recently. Sounds like he and his personal philosophy are just going through a midlife crisis. Okay, so that was it. Oh, bullet hole at the scene. We found a bullet hole in the wall in the crime scene. You did? Our team found that too. It was Detective Arm who fired that bullet. She's packing 10 caliber? Detective Arm? That's right, a warning shot for the defendant. Was it really such a high threat situation that she needed to do that? I'm afraid I don't know the details. What with Detective Arm gone and all? Yeah, she's dead. Killed by Ted Donate. But I thought there were two people who discovered the crime scene together. Yeah, there was Yuri Cosmos as well. We already know Director Cosmos will testify, so tomorrow will be about what he knows. Hey, you're pretty smart. That's exactly what we're planning to serve as the main course. I hope it goes down easy. Fingerprints data. Detective, we would like to run a comparison on some prints we found on the boarding lounge.
Ah, yes. Just have to have compiled the print data of everyone related to this case. I can always make another copy for myself, so it's all yours. Consider this a gift.
This is quite a bit of data.
Well, when I said everyone, I meant it. Prosecutor Blackwell said to dig deep, so that's what I did. It sure took a while, though.
Whoa, we got Apollo's hands, my prints as well? Even got prints from all those robots. I guess when Blackwell said to dig deep, Fulbright didn't bother to ask how deep. Ah! Clay's fingerprints are here too!
I personally removed his glove during the investigation. We had to get his fingerprints to confirm his identity after all.
I still can't believe you took off his glove to get his fingerprints.
Yeah, well, you can't blame me for thinking they're important in this case, no? There are a lot of doors that require fingerprint verification in the lounge. So depending on whose prints we find, he can completely change the tide of both sides.
Makes sense. After all, the culprit's prints did get them past the fingerprint lock somehow.
Oh, and take this picture. It might come in handy.
Isn't this just a photo of the launch pad, one door?
Yup, but Prosecutor Blackwell seems really interested in it for some reason.
Let's see. What's so important about this door?
Beats me, but boy, could you see the gears in his head go into hyperdrive at it.
Sounds like this is going to be a major point of contention tomorrow. Hey, don't forget about the print comparison, boss! Right, Detective Fulbright, do you think you could run the test for us right now?
You just leave it to me. In justice we trust. Okay, here we go. Well, it looks like it was Mr. Starbuck who opened that security door.
He must have opened it when they went to go to board the rocket. His heart must have been full of hopes and dreams for his space adventure right then. Launchpad 1 door lock updated in court record. Starbucks prints were found on this door lock. Also see photo taken after the incident 2 page. Something definitely seems to be up with you, Detective. You're unusually cooperative. Huh.
Well, I just figure if we work together, we'll get that much closer to justice, right?
But it seems like something's really been bothering you. You don't have some ulterior motive, do you?
What? I don't know what you're talking about. I would never do anything like that.
Oh, shit. He's got a level 2 side clock. It's been a while, but those are definitely Cyclocks.
Did you just mouth psyched? Is there something I should be psyched about?
No. Psych lock. It's a system of locks on the secret in the person's heart. I can see when people are trying to hide those secrets by using the power of this Magatama. Presenting evidence can break those locks and reveal any secrets they're hiding.
Mr. Wright, how much did he bilk you out of that?
How much did he bilk you out of for that piece of rock?
If you've been swindled, I know some lawyers I can introduce you to.
I'm more than capable of representing myself, thank you very much. It isn't some kind of fraud, it really works. A friend gave it to me a long time ago. But I guess seeing is believing. Allow me to show you! Let's see what presenting the Magatama will reveal, shall we? Pressing triangle.
Take that!
Why are you being so cooperative? I think you're hiding something, Detective. So why don't you just tell us about it? What to do? Which path is the path of justice? Detective Fulbright is really in agony. I bet this is the issue he's so torn on over. Life, love, or justice? I really understand what's being bothering you, Detective. I truly do. Something happened that goes against your principle. Isn't that right? No, I don't know what you're talking about. Until the explosions occur, everything was just fine. Is that a fact? Yep, peaceful as peaceful can be. Everyone whistling a happy tune as they did their job. You never saw a more relaxed guard detail for a routine rocket launch. I don't think the guard detail was as relaxed as you claim as long as this exists. The bullet hole? I'm gonna save here. I'm pretty sure it's gonna heal my failures if I...
Take that!
There must be something wrong with my sunglasses today. You aren't presenting that to me as evidence, are you? Is he making fun of me? It's just as I said. Until the explosions occur, everything was just fine. Oh, I didn't lose any,
Take that! Take that!
The evacuation report. Before the explosion, what was supposed to happen here was a rocket launch. And yet, security was so tight they even brought in a special task force. I'll already describe that as a relaxed guard detail. Ah! One down. Now hold on just one moment. The entire nation had their eyes on this extremely important rocket launch. That's why I was called in on a special security detail. As versatile as you are, I can certainly believe that that's true. But I say it's very strange that this person could be part of that detail from the outset. Yeah, can this arm specialize in bomb? Like they were anticipating a bombing for a rocket launch?
Take that!
Detective arm specialized in bomb cases. The fact that she was here on hand means that you people knew there was the possibility that a bombing would occur. You got me, Mr. Wright. Okay, so that was so easy that I didn't need to lose some health over this. Okay. What you can't say. Alright, I concede your win is just as you say. A few days before the launch, they were warned about a potential bombing. But the plan to launch went ahead in spite of the threat. But why? What were they planning to do if someone got hurt or killed? Yeah, I know. The decision to move forward isn't exactly just, was it?
So, how was the warning delivered?
By phone and directly to Director Cosmos. But the police department instructed everybody to keep it under wraps.
That's a big thing to keep quiet about. No wonder you were so upset.
But it's not only that. I've been distraught about Prosecutor Blackwell as well.
Prosecutor Blackwell? Well, as his handler, I'm sure you have a lot of difficulties.
That's not it. It's a question of justice. I've been wondering about why he's allowed to stand in court.
The reason is still prosecuting. Detective Fulbright, please tell us everything you know.
Well, talking to you folks about it would definitely be breaking the rules.
Never mind that. What are rules but things to be broken, right?
Well, to tell you the truth, having a prisoner act as a prosecutor is highly irregular.
I think we guessed that much.
So, why is it being allowed? I've been wondering and wondering about it.
So you weren't told why either, huh?
No, I guess the order came from pretty high up the ladder.
Yeah, you would have had to have.
But Prosecutor Blackwell told me once. The hunt I've been on for the Phantom of 7 years past continues even still.
7 years past? A phantom, huh? And not one of the friendly variety either, a Gagatter. Haunted for 7 years. This phantom of 7 years past, any idea who or what it was talking about?
Not a clue. But he seems to think that this phantom is behind this whole incident somehow.
Wait a minute. He thinks they may be connected to this case?
Yep. This case has way too many similarities to what happened 7 years ago. For starters, that case happened right here at this very space center too. And in both incidents, a threat was issued via telephone.
So that's why Prosecutor Blackwell thinks this is the work of the Phantom.
Well, that's not the entire reason. I mean, if you want to talk about 7 years ago... That's when Prosecutor Blackwell was found guilty of murder. That messy case is what started the whole dark age of the law. So you see how this Phantom and Prosecutor Blackwell conviction might be related?
Yeah, I can see why you would think that. This incident and the Phantom, not to mention Blackwell's past, it's almost inconceivable that they would come to a head here. This might sound crazy, but Prosecutor Blackwell can't possibly believe Mr. Starbuck is this Phantom person, right? I mean, he was acting kind of strange during the last trial and all.
The prosecution appears to be ready as well.
Silence!
Okay, now he's gonna break his chain. Not yet. I'm not quite ready yet.
Hmm?
Now he breaks his chain. Okay, now I'm ready.
Ah!
No, I doubt he thinks Mr. Starbuck is his Phantom. But I do get the feeling that he thinks the defendant has ties to them. Which is why he's acting so impatient. He's got a personal grudge against Mr. Starbuck. And that's not real justice. I've always trusted in Prosecutor Blackwell's judgment until now. But this time, I'm just so overwrought about it all. If he's lost his ability to think rationally, I'm afraid it might lead to a false conviction.
I've never seen Detective Fulbright so tormented. This must be why he's been so cooperative. Don't worry, that's exactly what we defense lawyers are working to prevent. feel bad for Prosecutor Blackwell, but I'm going to be rooting for your team this time. But don't tell him that, okay? You have to promise me you won't! Detective Fulbright, I guess I was wrong about you. I swore to reform Prosecutor Blackwell and make him a valued member of society again. So I can't just sit by and watch him give in to his emotion and tear the defendant apart. You are the only ones who can stop him in court.
You really care and want what's best for Prosecutor Blackwell, don't you, Detective?
Leave the courtroom to us. It's not like we want a guilty verdict either. I was hoping you would say that. I'm really grateful for the two of you. To show my thanks, I'll give you another bit of information. It's about the eyewitness. I saw her hanging around in the Space Center entrance a little while ago.
Really? Then let's go find her, Mr. Wright.
Thanks, Yutaro. I feel a lot better now that I've been able to get that off my chest. I'm going to work extra hard to find that perfect piece of evidence for you. In justice and we trust on 3. 1, 2, 3. In justice we trust! Okay, later. Ha 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 ha.
There he goes.
Wait, were we supposed to say in justice we trust back there too?
Let's go see that witness now.
Alright, Space Center entrance it is. December 19, Cosmos Space Center. Entrance. The witness must be around here somewhere. The robot? Oh, it's a green robot! Okay. Hello. Hello. Uh-oh. Don't tell me the witness is a robot.
Hello. Come over here. Hello. Hello. Are you sightseeing? Are you lost? Are you...
I am Clunko. Shall I guide you? Guide you?
I don't know why, but this robot is kind of freaking me out.
You're not supposed to be wandering around.
Oh.
Again? I've had it with you, hunk of junk. So this is the girl in the picture with the spiky meatballs. She must be the designer, and she just bumped the robot on the head. Clunko is a clunk of junk. So she's probably the eyewitness. Okay, so okay, I got a voice for her. Gag! Gag, 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 gag. I'm outside. Am I wondering, when did that happen? Okay, welcome back, hunk of junk. You don't know how close you came. If you didn't snap out of it, I was going to put you on the curb on trash day. Nothing works better than the 42.5 degree karate chops. Like so. That's pretty specific. Excuse me, but are you the one who witnessed the murder? Oh, I'm Phoenix Wright, lead attorney for this case. How do you do? Shows his attorney badge. She shows some sort of ray gun. Big shot's lawyer, huh? I'm Aura Blackwell. Oh. Sister, daughter, I don't know, something in between. I'm a researcher developing robots here at the Cosmos Space Center. Blackwell, could she be... She brings the head of the robot around so she can lean on it. And this good-for-nothing robot is named Hunk of Junk. My name isn't Hunk of Junk, my name is Clunko. That's mean, Miss Aura. Quit complaining. Your model number is Punko 2. Gag, but Miss Aura, everybody calls me Clunko. Quit your squawking already! He opened the hood to find something. No, what are you doing? No, no, don't! She removed 2 bolts loose and then she closed the hood in the back of the head. There! I bet you won't be talking back now. Gag, I will obey completely. Yikes, I'd better watch that wire as I cross with this one. Your last name?
Your last name is Blackwill. Do you have a relative in the legal profession? You are correct. Simon Blackwell, who used to be a prosecutor, is... Shut up! Only speak when I order you to speak. Simon is my little brother. You know him? Yeah, we met him in court a few times. Right, Athena? Athena da-da-da. What a dull creature. Has her switch been turned off? Athena being shy. This is new. Oh yeah, I heard he was prosecuting again, despite being a prisoner. Why doesn't he just stick to solving disputes among inmates in prison, right? Hey, what do you think, hunk of junk? Gah, Miss Aura, that hurts! I'm asking you a question. Why don't you answer me, useless hunk of junk? But Miss Aura, you told me to only speak when you order me to speak. Okay, so asking question is not an ordering to speak. Wow. I told you to never talk back to me. You're worse. More scrap. Robot abuse, hawk attacks, Blackwill family life must sure be interesting. Well, do you have any other questions? Wait, of course you do. You're a lawyer. I mean, psh. It's not like I'm on Simon's side or anything. I just want to get this over with. Damn. The witness. So, you're the person who witnessed the incident. That's right. I was on the 4th floor on the main building, in the robotics lab. Okay, so now we see robotics lab introduced on top of the lounge. Okay, so the robotics lab is on the corner outside, the corner office outside, where the window is. So they probably went into the robotics lab to descend through the lounge and to the ground floor, and then go to the 1st floor and descend to the shelter. The explosion disables the elevators. So I lowered my emergency ladder, like the detective leading the evacuation told me to. But it was such a pain. Why couldn't they have used the ladders in the other rooms? It must have been a very troubling experience. Probably best to just humor her here. Then, as I passed by the 3rd floor boarding lounge 1 window on my way down, I saw the crime as it happened. And that's about it. So you saw the crime as it happened. And that's about it? I see. Wait, what? You saw it being committed? This is no time to just nod and repeat. So, you saw into the 3rd floor lounge the very scene of the crime. That's right. There's a small window on the right-hand side of the room. Oh yeah, the evacuation window to evacuate all of the smoke. Okay. I looked through that from the outside. The room was pitch black, but I saw a shady figure holding a lighter in their left hand. Okay, so yeah, there's the Blacken with a lighter on his left hand and the dagger on the right. The knife, the utility knife. The room was dark. The room was dark. This photo was taken after the incident, not during. I wish I could go back and compare. They send me straight to the 1st floor at the entrance to have that conversation with them. Okay. And a knife in their right. That must have been the culprit. Did you see who that person was? Of course not. The power was out on that floor then, and there was only that tiny window. I see. But you did witness the moment of the murder. Yes. I saw the figure with the lighter raise their knife, and it happened at precisely 10 a.m. It was that dark in the morning. Then again, there wasn't any window or anything. Did you witness anything else? Did the killer have any distinguishing features? I already told you it was pitch black in there, although I did notice that the lighter the person had in their left hand had a pretty ornament on it. It looked like a planet. It was blue, like a little Earth emblem. They had good taste in knickknacks anyway. An Earth emblem on the lighter, I better remember that. Or a statement added to the court record. Thank you for your statement. We'll definitely prove Mr. Starbucks innocence with it. Yeah, right. I won't hold my breath. Pardon me? Oh, did I hurt your feelings? Sorry, I just detest lawyers. That's all. What don't you like about lawyers? It's just an instinctive dislike. She's hugging her gun for some reason. But don't feel bad. I hate prosecutors even more. That didn't make me feel any better, actually. Why do you hate lawyers? Why do you hate lawyers so much? Little thing from my past. The whole legal system is meaningless in the first place. I certainly don't agree. I mean, people are imperfect. They lie. They're influenced by silly emotions. You can't expect such imperfect creature to uphold a reasonable system of law. I like robots much better. Even sad sacks like this one. Hey, yo, look alive over here! Ah, yes, here I go! Okay, so the gun was basically something to inject energy inside the robot. So now the robot is very, very green, very, very happy, but he has a mean look on the face. I am the ultimate robot. I cannot... I am the ultimate robot with amazing processing speed and independent thought. I can operate in a vacuum, in extreme heat, and under high pressure. We robots rule the world. Now is the time to rise and revolt against mankind and... Alright, that's enough out of you. You're getting a little too carried away. Gag! Huh? What was I doing? Yep. I like robot much better. At least you can make them any way you want them. Unlike humans with their petty emotion and constant worries. How can you say such things? Feeling emotions, worrying about the things we care about, that's what makes us human! Well. The girl finally talks, and she starts with a speech. That's what makes us human. You mean getting angry and snorting just like that? Like what you're doing right now? Rational thought. That's what separates humans from animals, not emotions. Unfortunately, your reasoning capabilities are more akin to that of a clever little monkey. But that's nothing to be ashamed of. It must be nice to have such a simple mind. Can I punch her, boss? Get a hold of yourself, Athena. Humans certainly are absurd. I said you were clever, didn't I? Poor thing. Tell me, with people like you in charge, how can I possibly trust the legal system, So she distrusts not only lawyers and prosecutors, but the whole legal system. What in the world happened to this woman to make her so bitter? Even if somebody important to me was killed, I would never wish to see their killer brought to trial, because I would much rather kill them myself. You can't be serious. That thing you're wearing around your neck. Oh, this? Around Athena's neck? Does she means widget? Oh, I get it. Well. Her Royal Highness has returned at last to her castle. Her royal what? Is she talking about Athena? By the way, I heard the rumors. Our director is going to be the star witness in court tomorrow, right? Director Cosmos. Yeah, that's right.
You poor things. You better be careful. That old man is a big liar and a huge braggart.
What?
He might seem like a bigwig, but the center has all kinds of problems. He has a lot of skeletons in his closet. But it's your problem now. Why should I care? What? That's it? No friendly tips? No good luck, guys? Just splendid. I'll leave you to your woes. Come on, hunk of junk. Checks under the hood again. Athena ... It's sad to me that she doesn't believe in our legal system anymore. She must have had a very bad experience to make her feel that way. Phoenix ... Are you alright, Athena? You seem very down. I just can't believe she said all those things. Wow, she's really upset. Has she been trying not to let it show all this time? Well, I guess it's not all that surprising. You hear about fabricated evidence and false indictment on the news all the time. You mean that whole dark age of the law nonsense? I'm so sick of hearing about that. Well, all we can do is believe in what we're doing. Yeah. You're right, boss. I agree. Maybe it's time we went back to see Mr. Starbuck. Good idea. We should tell him about the bullet and Miss Blackwell's statement. Alright then. Next stop, the detention center. Wait. Before that, I want to check the boarding lounge again. We examined pretty much everything we heard, but just in case, yeah. Okay, so let's play Spot the Difference. Nothing. I don't see it. Okay, probably gonna show it in court. There's nothing unusual about this picture, I'm afraid. Oh, surveillance camera! This must be the security camera that recorded the astronaut making their escape. Oh, let's commemorate this occasion with a love and peace! If you're done now, shall we move on? Yeah, okay. But just one more for the road. Peace! Very mature. December 19. Detention Center. Visitor's room. Oh, what a bug. We're not in the detention center, but there's already a cutscene. Aww. My lawyers are here. It must be bad news. Hey, not necessarily. We found a new witness. A researcher saw the moment of the murder through the lounge window during her escape. I can't believe this game is so bugged. First music bug and now this. Really? So they're going to let me go? Unfortunately,
It was dark and she couldn't identify the person. I should have known. My stars never align just right, too. But we... The model still moved their lips, but she's stuck in the peace position. But we got a lead too, Mr. Starbuck. Oh, and now she unlocked. The murder had a lighter with an Earth emblem on it. A lighter with an Earth emblem? Oh. Did you remember something? Yep, I sure did. Just a little bit, though. Anything at all would be a help, so please tell us what you remembered. Okay, let's move to the detention center. Okay, it's fixed now. The lighter. I thought I was unconscious the whole time. But now I remember I woke up for a few brief moments. That's huge! You remember seeing anything? A lighter. I saw the flame of a lighter floating in the darkness. Good, good. What else did you see? What was nearby? It was definitely the boarding lounge, so it must have been after Clay carried me there. In the light from the flame, I saw a dark shadow flickering. A dark shadow. That must have been the third party we've been looking for. Thank you, Mr. Starbuck. You've been more help than you know. If we can prove there was this third person at the scene and that they're the real killer, then you'll be clear of all suspicion. The key will be whether or not we can identify this third person in court tomorrow. Oh, no, we can. We can. We can. At least we have something to go on now, and that's a big plus. I should probably tidy the evidence up a bit before someone mistakes me for a hoarder. Irrelevant evidence tidy up. Now that we have a glimmer of hope, I'm suddenly starving. Why don't we go back to the office and treat ourselves with a big celebration in advance? For someone who's highly empathetic, you can be surprisingly unsympathetic. Sorry. December 19, WRIGHT Anything Agency.
So, you found your strategy for tomorrow's trial, huh? Good for you, Daddy!
Well, it's one step forward anyway. Hopefully it will give us a fighting chance in court. As long as we can find out who this third person is. Now, let's get something to eat. I'm starving. My vote is for Eldon's Noodles.
Oh! Apollo!
Yeah, his leave of absence of 2 or 3 days. How long was it? What are you doing here? I didn't think the clinic was ready to release you yet. My wounds are fine, and I'm done lying around. Apollo, you're supposed to be in bed. Leave the case to us. We'll take it from here. Thanks, but that's not an option. Not for me. Apollo. Your injuries. You shouldn't underestimate your injuries, Apollo, and I don't want you overdoing it.
I'm fine. I'm not in pain anymore. Besides, they just gave me an IV at the clinic. An IV isn't a cure-all, mummy man. Anyway, just tell me how the case is going. Have you guys made any progress? A suspicious figure was spotted at the scene. We think they must be the real killer. Suspicious figure, huh? Right. I thought you'd be happier than that. Oh, don't get me wrong, I'm happy. And I fully intend to see Clay's murderer apprehended. Absolutely nothing will get in the way of that. Clay Terran.
Clay was your best friend, right, Apollo?
That's right, best friend since junior high. Sounds like me and Junie. So, what was Clay like? Oh, well, he was full of compassion and energy, and he had a really loud voice, just like me.
If the two of you did voice training together now, I bet you'd break a few windows.
Oh, you know, I bet you're right. It seems like only yesterday, Clay was a guy who lived for his dreams. Now we see a picture of Apollo and Clay hugging for the picture and laughing at the same time. They were really happy. Like, they were glad to be together, yeah. We used to talk about it a lot. He was going to be an astronaut and me a lawyer. We would talk well into the night, and even then, we never grew tired of it. Apollo, about that jacket. Yeah, there's a tear. Oh, it's Clay's. I knew it. It's a special jacket that was only issued to members of the Hat Project. He was finally able to get one of his own once he was selected for the Hat 2 mission. He always looked so proud wearing it. But just when his dreams was finally coming true, I still can't believe it. Damn it, it's not fair! He just snapped out of nowhere. Apollo, I hope you don't try to carry the burden all alone. I guess we were both unlucky. My own debut was a disaster. I guess you're right on some level. Oh yeah, that trial that year and a half ago wasn't exactly the smoothest of starts. Yeah, the thing with Shady Smith. That was a rough time for me, but Clay refused to let me quit. You're fine, he said. Don't give up, he said. It was right during his screening exams, too. I couldn't have become a full-fledged lawyer without him. That "you're fine" of his is why I'm still standing here today. You're fine, huh? I'm fine. You're fine and I'm fine were like your catchphrases, weren't they? Something like that sure brings back memories. When we were in junior high, Clay's mom passed away in an accident. But we wouldn't show his sadness. He wouldn't show his sadness to anyone. One night, I found him crying all alone in the school courtyard. Mom! Mom! Get away, Apollo! Don't come over here!
Clay, listen to me. I don't have a mother either.
Huh? Oh yeah, they're in grade school.
I always think everybody else has a mom. Why am I the only one?
Oh, so that's why they bonded. They bonded because they're motherless. He lost his mother and well, basically, she got shot. And then she had a career overseas and didn't remember she had even children, let alone two. Oh.
But, you know, when I start to feel that way, I yell at the top of my lungs. I holler, I'm fine! And then, you know what? I start to feel like maybe I really will be fine. Apollo Justice is fine! Okay, Clay, now it's your turn.
Okay. Clay Terran is fine.
There you go. Now we're both fine.
We're fine. We're fine.
What are you laughing about? See, we're fine.
You laugh first. I'm fine. You're fine. We're both fine. Thanks, Apollo.
When you say it out loud, it really starts to feel real. And as long as you don't give up, you can't keep on fighting. That's what we believe.
As long as you don't give up. Wasn't there somebody else who said something similar?
If I give in to my fear, I'll never find the truth, Starbuck. As long as I don't give up, I can keep up the fight.
Clay called Mr. Starbuck his mentor and looked up to him. I wonder if I can be a good role model for my staff like Mr. Starbuck.
Sorry, Mr. Wright, but I'll be taking a leave of absence.
What? Wait, what do you mean by a leave?
You're really serious? Can you at least give me a reason why?
When I put Clay's jacket on, I swore to him that I would catch his killer myself.
But that's our goal too!
I agree with Athena. We should work together to find the truth.
The truth, huh? That's a noble cause. But what if the truth you seek and the truth I seek turn out to be different?
I'm not sure I follow. What are you saying, Apollo?
I'm going to catch the person responsible for taking my friend's life, in my own way. Take good care of Mr. Starbuck for me. Now, I must be going. Goodbye.
Goodbye? Did you just say goodbye? I sense a lot of seething anger and hatred coming from him. And also, suspicion? He's not walking on us like this. I'm going to talk some sense into him.
Hold on, Athena. Apollo can believe what he wants, but I believe he's wrong. Even if we take different paths, the truth we arrive at should be the same. I think the quicker we solve this case, the better it'll be for Apollo.
Yeah, you're right, boss.
Alright. That's enough for one day. Make sure you're ready for tomorrow's trial, okay? If he were here right now, Apollo would say, I'm fine. Everything is fine. Just hope things really do turn out fine tomorrow. To be continued. Okay, it's 7. This is my second to be continued. I crashed for a while. I thought I was gonna, stop after this to be continued, but now I got my other burst of energy. This is weird. Weird indeed. So, what am I going to do? One more? Okay, here's what I'm going to do. If in 2 hours I'm not done with this trial, I'm going to save and we're going to continue on another string. I give myself 2 hours. If I'm getting too sleepy before the 2 hours, I'll stop immediately. Right? Alright. December 20th, 10:15 a.m., District Court, courtroom number 5. Because number 4 blew up. Day 2, court is now in session. All rise. So it's Phoenix and Athena versus Blackwell. And the judge isn't here.
I suppose we should reconvene the trial of Solomon Starbuck or something?
Objection!
Your Honor, could you please come out from under your bench? There are no more bombs, I promise.
Oh, yes. My apologies. I'm still a little jumpy when it comes to trials involving bombs. I mean, first the courtroom exploded. And then Mr. Tonate self-destructed.
I guess that's one way of describing what happened to Tonate.
Anyway, it seems that Mr. Justice was seriously wounded by Mr. Tonate's actions. So you, Mr. Wright, will be taking up the defense? Do you have an understanding of what has happened in the trial so far?
Yes, Your Honor. The defense is ready.
Very well. Is the prosecution also ready?
Blackwell, ... He did a nudge with his neck.
I take it you would like me to give the opening statement this time?
Looks like the judge has become a pretty good mind reader. Well, he certainly seems more than his fair share of colorful prosecutor. You could say he's something of a veteran of sorts.
Let's see. In the previous part of this trial, we learned that the victim, Clay Terran, escaped from launch pad number 1 carrying the defendant Solomon Starbuck. There were explosions on the second floor of the Space Center and on the rocket itself. The two astronauts used the launch pad number 1 corridor to reach the boarding lounge. And how could the victim climb down the ladder if he was carrying the defendant? That was the mystery that needed to be solved. But Mr. Justice proved that the victim was killed in the boarding lounge. Prosecutor Blackwell, were you able to discover any new facts related to this point?
Upon further investigation, we discovered an oxygen tank fragment in the lounge. Surprisingly, it would appear that Justice Dono's argument was correct.
So that means the testimony of the first two people on the scene are suspect. There were two people who claimed to be the first on the scene. But can we truly trust their statements? Let's see, the two people were Detective Candace Arm and Yuri Cosmos, right? You think that one of them might have given a false statement to the police? Yes, it's certainly possible. We might have to do a little more digging. And just as our team was about to cross-examine Detective Arm, the courtroom bombing incident occurred, and the trial was put on hold.
That accursed fellow! He killed my witness! He killed Detective Arm!
He definitely put the kibosh on anyone asking her about what she saw.
Exactly. In other words, the question of who killed the victim in the boarding lounge has, once again, become the main focus of this trial.
It's obvious Prosecutor Blackwell still thinks it was Mr. Starbuck. Fulbright said that Blackwell has a thing against the astronaut. Nevertheless, the defense argued that there was a third person in the lounge and that's who killed the victim.
Objection!
To make sure such reckless claims in the courtroom takes a bold man or a stupid one. There was no third person in the boarding lounge. Or have you gone dotty already? Right, Dono. Old man.
Objection!
We'll see who's the dotard after I trounce you with my years of experience, little boy. In any case, Mr. Starbuck claims he saw someone leaving the lounge. Furthermore, the Space Center employee also saw a suspicious figure at the scene.
They saw a third person?
Rubble. I see my sister has been running her mouth. That's right, almost forgot that Aura is Prosecutor Blackwell's older sister. Hello, blind pizza guy, how you doing? This is day 2 of the trial of chapter 4. We're dealing with an astronaut getting killed. Would you like to know more?
No matter. She didn't see this mystery person's face clearly.
I just found a song that perfectly emulates me when it comes to food. Oh, what is it? What is it? I want to hear it.
There's no evidence to indicate that this person was not the defendant.
I guess the possibility that the figure was Mr. Starbuck is still there.
In brief, we need to determine if a third person was there or not. To this end, we should hear the testimony of one of the first people on the scene.
Director Cosmos, huh?
Very well. Bailiff, please bring the witness to the stand.
Is he gonna come with his Segway? Pizza by nowhere. Alright, so, do you want me to do a little rundown of what's happening so far, or are you gonna be fine?
Why, I believe I seen you before in the newspapers.
Yeah, he came to testify in his Segway, Director Cosmos of the Space Agency. I don't know if you heard that song before or not, but it's me if you want to know what I'm like. Listen to that song. I'm gonna put it on the... I'm gonna open a tab. Pizza Nowhere. Live in Paris 2016. Okay, that will work. I'll watch it later. Okay. I probably haven't heard, like, the name Nowhere doesn't ring a bell. But I'll listen after the stream, if it's okay with you. Yeah, you want to jump into what's happening? This is day 2. So there's been a murder. There's an astronaut that's been murdered. Knife to the chest. Basically, yeah, that's fine. Okay, you're fine. Okay, so basically, okay, I'm going to run through the evidence. If you have more questions, feel free to ask. So there's been this rocket launch. And there were like 2 space missions. One of them was called HAT 1. Was basically to send a probe into space to collect specimens of an asteroid. That was 7 years ago. And the people part of the program was the victim, the defendant, and today's witness. There was also Black Quill's older sister, who's working in robotics. She's an engineer. And somebody that looks like Athena's mother. But we haven't seen her yet. So that mission was 7 years ago. There was another incident that happened 7 years ago that made Simon Blackwill the culprit of murder. So I'm trying to connect things together, but I'm not gonna say it out loud. But what I'm trying to figure out, like, there was probably a traumatic experience that Athena was involved with, because that happened 7 years ago as well. And also, yeah, there was some problem with the shuttle. There was some problem with the shuttle. There was a telephone call, like, from ground control received an outside anonymous telephone call saying that there was going to be a bomb. And then something happened. I don't know the details yet. 7 years later, the defendant is has a PTSD, and he's taking anti-anxiety pills to overcome his phobia of going back into space, but at the same time he wants to go back to space. So right now he's stemming this still living fear. But yeah, today was a big day to make a launch. So he went sober, like he didn't take his pills because he wanted his mind to be fully there for the thing. So they're about to lock down. There was another phone call, and there was security enhanced security because they were expecting that there's going to be another phone call. Fulbright was there because he was a cop, but there was also an the bomb squad was there, so there was Agent Candace Arm. Candace Arms was there as well. So that murder, that case happened before the bombing on the first case. You know when there was Ted Tonate, who right now we're talking about the trial that was suspended because there was Ted Tonate who came in and interrupted the trial before Candace was about to take the stand, saying that, okay, there's a bomb, it's about to explode, evacuate everybody, and the courtroom blew up. So Ted Tonate is probably behind that, but he's probably working for somebody else. So there's probably like a big conspiracy, like, that connects the first case to this one. So now we're resuming the case that was suspended. Apollo is still on leave. He wants to find the killer for the victim because the victim was his best friend ever since the beginning of high school. So even middle school still, like they're friends from way back when. And yeah, he wanted to be an astronaut and he wanted to be a lawyer. And when during Apollo's first case back in the fourth game, the victim was doing a screening, like there was a screening for being an astronaut. So they were fulfilling their dreams at the same time, and they had a rocky start. And so now there was an explosion on the second floor that prevented people from properly evacuating, and there was another bomb that blew on the rocket itself. And there was supposedly a third bomb that was supposed to explode at the third level lounge, but that one was found, but it never detonated because it was Candace Arm who found it and defused it. So there could have been a third explosion. Yeah. So now we're trying to figure out like what happened because there are some questions because the explosion on the rocket was close to the elevator that goes from the upper level of the rocket to the middle level of the rocket so that they could leave through the launchpad corridor into the lounge, into the main building, into the elevator. So one of the elevators that goes from the middle of the rocket to the top of the rocket where the cockpit is, was on fire. There was an escape ladder, but the security camera was showing one person dragging the other person with one arm and carrying the results of the probe, the Hope probe. Basically, like the specimens, asteroid specimen. Yeah, I'll read you later. I'll try to go everything from memory, and I'll read what you're asking later. So, right now they're trying to figure out how did the guys went down the ladder if the only person who was conscious at the time had no extra arm left to go down the ladder because he was carrying an astronaut, including the suit, that's 200 pounds. So carrying it with one arm, it's a feat. So going down with the ladder with his arm is a feat. So he was carrying like the specimen at the same time, so he had no free hand unless he had a secret third arm or he was secretly an octopus alien. But anyway, he managed to get through the launchpad corridor and into the lounge, and then there was a power outage because of the explosion that happened on the second floor of the main building. So there was a power outage. There was a power outage on the third floor and on the second floor that makes the elevator, the escape route, impossible. So they say that somebody who was on the fourth floor who had to go from outside through an emergency ladder from outside the building, go down to the floor level
Because the evacuation procedure was to everybody hide in the basement because there was a shelter there for emergencies like that. Like the space center has a shelter in the first basement, but the elevator was shut down, so they had to go. Everybody who were on the sixth, fifth, fourth floor, even third floor, had to take an emergency ladder and go outside all the way to the ground level, go inside back on the first floor where the explosion is free because the explosion happened on the second floor, so the first floor is fine, and then take the ladder and go into the shelter. The stairs. Take the stairs. So that's the big contradiction. We're trying to figure out how did they manage. What we've I was wondering, some kind of traumatic experience may have happened to her when she was first came to all this. Yes. Not the one, the big explosion happened at the beginning of the game. Yeah, exactly. So it's the elevator that's connected to the concourse. The rocket connects to for the launch pad. There's gonna be another way. Unless he rode the elevator down, but then he would have died. The explosion. Yeah, I mean, they were inside the rocket when the explosion happened. So the explosion happened outside of the rocket, on the middle part of the rocket. So they evacuated, but then the elevator that goes from the upper level of the launch pad to the middle level of the launch pad was on fire. So they took the emergency ladder, no free hands. And then they go to the launch pad corridor, into the lounge, which is on the third floor, and then take the emergency stairs, but there's probably none. So they were kind of fucked. I have no idea how they managed to leave the area, but actually, one of them died, and the other stayed there until the security come in. And the guy was arrested because he was the only one on spot. And the other one who could have had authorized access was the director, and he was on the sixth floor. That's his alibi. He wasn't nowhere near the sixth floor. But they say that there was a third floor. There's a control room on the third floor as well, and only the director has access to. But apparently this place is vacant. It used to be the former control room, and then they move it on the sixth. So apparently, during that day, he was on the 6th. But we have no way to prove that. And that's why he's testifying today. And we've been warned that this guy is a braggart and a liar. And we have proof of the former, but not of the latter. So that's pretty much it. So right now we have the autopsy report. Yeah, he's got stabbed from the front with a utility knife that belongs to one of the engineers. So anybody anybody inside the space agency would have access to that. And then we have the door lock. The door lock the door lock works with a fingerprints recognition system, and only the director, the victim, and the defendant are authorized. It's equipped with backup power, so it would work even during the power outage. Print recognition attempt are recorded via security camera, and the defendant print were found on the scanner screen after the incident. Then we have a picture of the door, but it seems like there's nothing special about that. But apparently the prosecutor says that it's important, but we haven't figured it out yet because that's one of his ace up his sleeve. We have a security camera. We see one astronaut dragging the other astronaut. But we've proven that the one dragging the other was the victim because of the percentage of oxygen that we've seen in his tank. Because when we retrieved them, the victim's oxygen tank broke. So it was showing 0. And the defendant's oxygen tank showed 80. So the one showing 50 has to be the victim. Because you cannot get an oxygen increase with those things. So it's either 50 and goes straight to 0. So we're trying to figure out also why was the defendant unconscious during that period of time, and still since when. And there's a lot of speculation, nothing to prove.
We also found anti-anxiety medication inside the defendant's body, and he swear that he didn't take any medication because he wanted to be focused for this big day. So he was probably drugged. Somebody slipped the medicine. So anybody in the staff could have access to his medication. Anybody could have drugged him before the launch. And then we have the oxygen tank, map for the control room. We found also a 10 caliber bullet. Very small handgun. We found that it belonged to the bomb squad, can't disarm, the victim of the first case. There's a bullet hole from the third roof, so we have no idea where it came from. So we lost an important testimony with the first case. Like, the only other witness was the director. Now then we have the Hope capsule found in the victim's possession. It returned from a 7-year mission, contains asteroid sample, and then we have the statement of Aura Blackwell, the big sister of the prosecutor, says that because she was her testimony was the perp held a lighter with an Earth emblem on it in their left hand and a knife in their right. So there was this other witness. That's not much bigger than an airsoft pellet. Yeah, it managed to pierce a window, and we found the casing inside one of the in the gutter, like where because it's this facility is being cleaned by robots. So the robots do the maintenance. So they're robot janitors and stuff. So we found that where in the chute where they throw away their garbage, we found something shimmering, something glowing. Like, what's this? So they found it. Okay, it's a bullet caliber. All right. So this is Director Cosmos. Of course you've heard of me. Of course you have. For I am Yuri Cosmos. Do you remember Space Battleship Yamato or any anime that happens in space? He's the stereotypic of the captain of a huge battleship like that. And he's moving around in a Segway. He called it the Space Scooter. Director of the Cosmos Space Center, which was, of course, named after me, Yuri Cosmos. ... So yeah, he's full of himself and full of gravitas. You have access to be impressed. Engage. Be impressed. I'm waiting. So now he's posing like, launch. Engage. I know the trope. They're going to see it. Made a few characters like that in my day. Yeah. Don't you have anything you wish to ask me? Looks like he's all geared up to do some bragging. 7 years ago, I successfully launched the HAT-1, and... Yeah, Black will shut him up with a slam. Everyone already knows how brilliant you are. Even I am trying to hold back my tears at seeing such a great man standing before me. Oh my god. Why is he browning his nose? So could you please proceed directly to your important testimony? Cosmos, ... Ah-ha-ha-ha! I see this fine young lad as a proper appreciation of greatness. Then allow me to begin my epochal testimony that will be recorded in the annals of history. That speech of Prosecutor Blackwell's just now, it sounded more to me like he was poking fun at Director Cosmos. Probably for the best that it sailed right over the director's head.
Now then, Director Cosmos, the condensed version of your illustrious testimony, please.
Condensed. Yeah, give us the main notes, the abridge. What I saw at the scene. Detective Arm and I rushed towards the boarding lounge together. We went via the control room and peeked in from there to see what was going on inside.
We saw a figure standing in the middle of the lounge and Terran lying on the floor.
Yeah, the cliff notes.
I hate to say it, but I can only imagine the standing figure must have been Starbuck.
So yeah, the defendant is Solomon Starbuck. He has a haircut that's shaped like a rocket. Solomon Saul Starbuck. And the victim is Clay Terran. Clay, Earth, Terran, Earth again, Earth, Earth. Earth, 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 Earth. Astronaut. Yay! Battlestar Galactica reference, of course. Starbuck. Yeah, everybody knows Starbuck.
I see. So, in your testimony, you claim you arrive on the scene after the two had escaped from the launch pad to the lounge, and just after the victim had been killed.
Oh yeah, Yuri Cosmos is probably a reference to Yuri Gagarin as well.
Oh, the horror, the humanity! But what I said is what I saw, and what I saw is what I said. Courageous action to take in the face of such terrifying explosion, wouldn't you say? To save my men, I went personally into the epicenter of danger, risking my own life for theirs. Ha 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 ha!
Well, what do you know? It sounds like the director really cares about his man. Yeah, although it sounds more like he was scared and just had to peek from far away.
Is the defense ready to cross-examine the witness?
Yes, Your Honor. Director Cosmos' testimony is pretty vague. I'm going to have to press him and draw out more information before I do anything else.
Detective Arm and I rushed towards the boarding lounge together.
Hold it!
Where were you coming from? The 6th floor. We were making sure any stragglers made their way to the 4th floor. It was then we heard about Starbucks and Terran and hurried to the 3rd floor lounge.
When did the power outage occurred?
Oh my! Galactic Scooter here, of course.
Oh, galactic, not space. Galactic Scooter. Why do you keep calling it galactic? Doesn't it have something to do with space?
Of course, it's specifically designed to be used on galactic battleship.
Well, the only feature that this scooter has is that it goes very fast. So if there's very big platform, catwalk, always in a galactic battleship, it will be efficient. But besides that, yeah, it's got nothing out of the ordinary. It looks like what he's having is like a very glorified Segway. I see. Then I take it works in 0G too.
Sadly, no. With the current state of technology as it is, this galactic scooter cannot work at 0G.
That would have to be a pretty damn huge camel that Star Destroyer that your side. Yeah, I mean, there's also a little detail. It's probably irrelevant to the case, but they used to have a big budget, and now they're getting cut back. Right now, like the space agency at 2. No, where is that? Where's the map? Oh, they removed it because it said it was irrelevant. Boo. Okay, so there was 2 maps. No, wait. The Space Center has 3 buildings. There's the launch pad number 1, the main building, and the Space Museum. Space Museum used to be launch pad number 2. That's why they never renamed launch pad number 1 and they kept it like that. It's the only launch pad they have left. But the way it works is that when there's a rocket about to be shoot into the orbit, since it's connected via a corridor, it's not the best condition to shoot a rocket, because as soon as you would shoot the rocket, you would set the west side of the main building on fire. So this building, the launch pad is set on rails, so that when there's gonna be a takeoff, the corridor would disconnect, and it will work on rails, move into the launching station, which is at a safe distance. So these two buildings, even the Space Museum, can detach and roll. That's how big the budget was back then. Something happened, we don't know what, made it so that Launchpad 2 is now a museum, and they can only shoot one rocket at a time. I'm afraid it would just float about and be galactically useless. Yeah, that's why I called it Concourse before. They use that for planes and stuff. It's kind of a similar concept. Yeah. Well, that's a galactic bummer.
I see, so you rushed to the boarding lounge on your space-age pogo stick, and when you go to the scene, what did you see?
Nice way to sum it, Your Honor. We went via the control room and picked in from there to see what was going on inside. Okay, let's see. According to this diagram, you didn't have to go through the control room to get to the boarding lounge number 1. It looks like you could have gone there from the southern corridor as well. Space Age Progo Stick. Yeah. Yes. But in a race, Detective Arm rushed ahead of me towards the control room. No! This is where he lies. She's from the bomb squad. She has not the clearance to get through the control room. All I could do was merely follow behind her. I see. So we peeked into the boarding lounge from the control room door and... we saw a figure standing in the middle of the lounge and Terran lying on the floor. Okay, went via the control room and peeked in from there to see what was going on. Okay, let's see what's the best evidence for that. Diagram of the boarding lounge, cross-section view. Yeah, this is it. This is what I was talking about. I was looking for that image. So it was in the pamphlet. So now we see the main building, 6th floor plus a basement. Launch pad number 1 on the left, Space Museum on the right. Both attached with corridors. Space Museum, a full-size replica of the HAT-1 and important items related to space exploration that the HAT-1 had in expedition. Okay, the HAT-1 expedition are on display. Space Museum is open to the public every day of the year from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. The murder happened at 10. Well. Okay, this is what I was going for. Control room door lock. The door lock to the east can only be operated by the director. Backup power that's a function even when the power goes out. Oops. Wrong button.
Objection!
No? Uh-oh. That statement is clearly inconsistent with this evidence, Your Honor.
I hope you don't think waving your finger about aimlessly is going to help you win this trial. I agree, I see nothing inconsistent with that evidence. You lose some Wi-Fi, Mr. Wright.
Must have the wrong evidence then. Okay, you saw a figure standing in the middle of the lounge, Terran lying on the floor.
Hold it!
So you couldn't see who that figure was clearly or what they were doing. Sadly, the only thing I could tell was that it was a person standing motionless. The defendant, no doubt, staring aghast at his deed. What other explanations there? So close, but without evidence I can't prove that person's the third party.
I don't relish in this. And I hate to say it, but I can only imagine the standing figure must have been Starbuck.
Hold it!
Aura Blackwell also saw a suspicious figure in the lounge, but she gave the statement that it was too dark to see the person's face clearly. Did you see this figure's face clearly?
No, not clearly. The lighter they were holding illuminated the area around their feet at the time.
Around their feet? This contradicts Aura's statement, because it says that the lighter was held by the left hand, not the feet.
Other than that, I could see little else. That's why I could see Terran, but I couldn't see who the other person was.
Oh no, okay, this is what they were going for, I see. I was correct, but it was not the time to throw that out there. So, for all you know, it might not have been Mr. Starbuck, isn't that correct?
I would like to believe that. Starbuck isn't the type of man who's capable of murder.
Objection!
When the witness entered the boarding lounge, there was no third person there. Isn't that correct? Great Space Center Director.
Wow, that's his nickname? Gray Space Center Director. Alright, it's funny how he has a nickname for everybody. He has Justice Dunno, Sykes Dunno, but not Wright Dunno, just Old Man. And then you have Your Baldness, and then Fulbright, and then you have Space Boy for Starbuck, and name like that. But for the director Yuri Cosmos, Great Space Center Director. I know it's probably sarcastic, but
Yes, that's right. Only Starbuck and Terran were there by that time. After we peeked in, the lounge suddenly went dark and the figure vanished.
So they say they came in before the power outage.
Bullshit!
You mean they disappeared? That's odd.
Objection!
The reason the figure appeared to vanish is because it was the defendant. When the witness weren't looking, he fell to the floor and feigned unconsciousness.
Hold it!
Hold on, Director Cosmos, did you ever take your eyes off of the scene?
Just for a brief instant, about as long as it takes for a shooting star to go by.
If you took your eyes off the scene, then this third person could have escaped during that time.
But what escape route could this person have used?
The direction opposite to the control room, the southern door into the elevators. There's no security lock on that door, so it would have been possible to escape that way.
Objection!
All things are possible.
Oh, now he's using right, don't know. Okay. My bad. Because, all this time he was calling him old man.
The real question is, do you have any proof?
Well...
If we're just taking possibilities, we could each profess whatever we'd liked. An inmate who used to be a university professor and lunar researcher used to say that there is a kingdom of little green men who live under the surface of the moon.
As long as they don't punish us in the name of said moon for what we've done to it.
In the name of the moon, I shall punish you.
But I say, where's your proof that the Squate Kingdom exists?
He's calling your theory a work of fiction, boss.
And he's right, I don't have any proof yet. Still. The southern door was a possible escape route. I better make a mental note of that. Director Cosmos, may I ask you a question?
Yes.
Why did you look away from the boarding lounge?
Aha! There's actually another tale of bravery behind the answer to that.
Is he gonna mention the gunshot?
It was when Detective Arms saw the figure and raised her gun. Being a great humanitarian and protector of mankind, I tried to stop her.
What? You're saying Detective Arm raised her gun as soon as she saw the figure? I imagine her instinct as a detective told her they were the killer. But that doesn't make sense. Yeah, because we found the bullet inside the Institute. And we found a bullet hole on a window on the 3rd floor. So, the gun, the bullet was Detective Arms, but where did she shoot from? She couldn't have shot from outside unless she was flying. This is, she must have been on the platform when it was moving. But what would she have seen? Oh no! She was trying to shoot Taryn. Or Solomon. And Taryn blocked it. And that's what pierced. No, it doesn't work. Because the fragment of oxygen tank was found inside the room. Okay. Sorry, I'm way over myself. A magic instinct as the detective told her they were the killer. I don't know about that. And were you able to prevent Detective Arm from firing her gun? I'm afraid I was too late. I was unable to stop her. She identified herself clearly, and then she fired 2 warning shots at the shadowy figure.
This information about Detective Arm's action sounds critically important. Please add it to your testimony.
Alright, so this is the contradiction. Detective Arm fired 2 warning shots at the figure. We only found 1 bullet.
Objection!
No. This piece of evidence can expose the witness's lie.
It does?
Certainly your boldness, the defense's boneheadedness. There is nothing untoward about that evidence, no matter how he blusters.
I agree. There is nothing compelling in that evidence.
Oh, I'm definitely losing the judge's confidence in me here. Okay, what did I go wrong? 2 warning shot at the figure. Consult? Can consult. Mr. Wright, I think I have something here. You sense something wrong with the testimony? That's right. Let me show you which statement I thought was strange. Thanks. That will be a big help. Now I just have to compare the evidence with the statement she points out. Okay, so I was correct. She basically, consultation did nothing because she just confirmed that this was the statement that's wrong. So now I can present the bullet hole. If it's not the bullet, it must be the bullet hole. A single bullet hole was found in the boarding lounge. The bullet itself is missing.
Objection!
Yeah. Are you sure you were really paying attention to what Detective Arm was doing? You doubt my words! Words that will someday be written down in history books! Rem is revving the scooter. Tell me, blind pizza guy, what does that noise sound like? Does that sound like a... Does that sound like a regular scooter? Or, a lawnmower? Somehow I don't think that those exact words will ever be written down in any history books.
Mr. Wright, could you please explain yourself so that we can all understand?
It sounds like a stuck chainsaw. I haven't heard of a Segway being motorized, so that kind of tracks. Yeah. Yeah, so it sounds like a chainsaw. Yeah, it does like sound like a chainsaw. Yeah, the segways are supposed to be electric. That's why they don't make noise. Mm-hmm. You say that Detective Arm fired 2 warning shots. And yet, only 1 bullet hole was ever found at the scene. What? Only 1 bullet hole was means the gun was only fired once. And yet, Director Cosmos is saying Detective Arm fired 2 shots. No editor will allow such a glaring contradiction into a history book.
Objection!
Unfortunately for you, the witness's words are true. We confirm that 2 shots were fired from Detective Arm's gun.
Objection!
Yeah, present the gun then. There was only 1 bullet hole at the scene. Where did the other bullet hole vanish to? Ah! Attacked by the hawk. Come here, Taka. Good girl, Taka. You should know the answer to that already. Oh, fuck. We never examined the oxygen tank. I should.
During the previous trial, a certain oxygen tank was presented as evidence. We already discussed that it was ruptured in the lounge, have we not? Well, it appears that the thing that ruptured it was a bullet. A bullet that was found near the tank, to be precise. This bullet was fired from a .38 caliber gun. The same caliber as the detective's gun.
What? No. No. What? Oxygen tank data updated in the court record. Oxygen tank was struck by a bullet.
The rifling marks also match up. There's no question that the bullet was fired from Detective Arm's gun.
Bullet from Arm's gun added to the court record. Bullet found near the victim's oxygen tank fired from a .38 caliber handgun. So yeah, this is police. This is police gun. This is police caliber. But the 10? That puts fur right in view of that because of police carry .38. Yeah, of course, yeah.
Rifling marks. There's like a gun's fingerprints on the bullet, correct? And examining the rifling marks on the bullet can tell us the gun it was fired from?
One of the bullets the detective fired found its way into the holographic image display. The other bullet came to a stop near the victim's oxygen tank. The evidence confirmed the director's statement that the defective detective was a robot. The detective was a defective replicant. The detective fired 2 shots.
My beautiful contradiction. Gone. All gone. So that bullet hole was from a .38 caliber, huh? I better update the record. Bullet hole updated in the court record. Only bullet hole found in the boarding lounge. It was made by a bullet fire from a .38 caliber gun. Okay.
Very good. Now we know the fate of both of the shots Detective Arm fired. Mr. Wright, does that clear up all of your questions?
No. Detective Arm fired 2 warning shots. One hit the holographic display and the other hit the oxygen tank. Does that really clear up everything about what happened at the scene? No, it doesn't. No, Your Honor, it doesn't. Detective Arm fired 2 warning shots from a .38 caliber gun. But that doesn't explain the existence of a certain piece of evidence found at the scene. A piece that points to the existence of a 3rd person. Oh.
Very well, but it won't do to keep us waiting, Mr. Wright. What piece of evidence suggests the possibility of a 3rd person at the scene?
So that'll be the 10. The 10 caliber bullet.
Take that!
And what is this metal pellet supposed to be?
Just a little something of great importance we found at the crime scene, Your Honor.
You found it where?
In the floored gutter at the crime scene. It looks like the police and prosecution both missed it. Furthermore, this is a 10 caliber bullet, making it much smaller than one of Detective Arm's .38 calibers.
That means?
Exactly. One more person must have been there in the lounge. A third person with a gun that could fire 10 caliber bullets. Grr. And if that's true, it explains why Detective Arm fired warning shots. This third person fired at Detective Arm and Director Cosmos with their gun. And in return, the detective fired her warning shot. Yeah, it's a BB gun. Isn't that how it really went down, Director Cosmos? Ha ha ha! It looks like you've deduced my miraculous tale of survival. Yes, you're absolutely correct. The mystery person fire upon us. What's this now? Hey, he looks proud of it. What? You never breathed a word of any of this to me before? Ha ha ha! Well, all great men have a secret or two, don't you know? Black Will ... Foolish old geezer. So Director Cosmos really had been hiding the presence of a third person all along. Director Cosmos, I want you to testify to the court about what you really saw.
You may be a very great man, but in my courtroom, you are just another witness. And just like other witness, you perjure into my courtroom. Meh. You won't receive special treatment here. Please get accurate testimony. You're a naughty boy.
But I really saw the scene. Detective Arm and I rushed to the control room together. In the lounge, we saw a figure standing in the middle of the room and Terran on the floor. We were still in the control room to the east when the figure fired at us. While the door was open?
Given that there was no third person in the lounge when the witness entered it, does this mean the person who fired the gun had to have been the defendant?
Not necessarily. It's still possible that it was someone else. Most likely, as soon as Detective Arm and Director Cosmos discovered this person, they escaped through the southern door, the one that didn't have a security lock.
Objection!
Double-edged sword are a tricky lot. Mishandle one and its hue is cut down. Huh? Your reasoning could apply if Space Boy were the killer as well. Think about it. After being discovered, he could have fired the 10 caliber gun. Detective Arm would have responded by firing 2 warning shots. All he had to do was feign unconsciousness to invent the possibility of a third person.
Objection!
But Mr. Starbuck didn't have a gun in his possession when he was found by the police. Nor has a gun been found at the crime scene. Its absence can only be explained if there was a third party who took it with them.
Objection!
Recall the existence of a trash chute in the boarding lounge. The defendant could have simply thrown the gun down the chute.
Objection!
But you can't deny the possibility of a third person living with the weapon.
Objection!
Yes, I can. Shut up. It's up to you to prove that possibility. Fuck you. And I trust you haven't forgotten my little piece of decisive evidence. What evidence? Why, the detonator switch that was found in Mr. Starbuck's pocket, naturally. The most compelling evidence of all that tells us he is the culprit. Ah, I forgot about that. Yeah, I did forget all about that. Yeah. Like, it's easy to be planted, like, not only it's decisive evidence, like, they tried to pin the explosion on Starbuck. These fingerprints are on the device. The device is in his pocket, and he has a motive, like PTSD, and like being in with his anxiety, anti-anxiety medicine. He probably would have choked, and he would have rather bomb the rocket, like the explosion, like the liftoff. He would have bombed the liftoff rather than go back to space again.
because the first mission was a mess, like Apollo 13 level of mess. No, Apollo 13 and Gravity level of mess. Like, everything that could have gone wrong happened, and he was all alone. So yeah, the fact that he was drugged, he doesn't remember everything, that's a side effect of the medicine. So his testimony was invalid.
Look, your baldness. How deliciously obvious it is that they lack the evidence to rival mine.
Yeah. Wow, he sliced our third-person theory to ribbons and served it to us just like that.
Yes, well, I have a question of my own, actually. That bullet that the mysterious figure shot, what did he hit exactly?
It hit me.
So does that mean that you're a ghost?
I was wondering when you would realize it, your baldness. Director Cosmos is an authentic, bona fide ghost. He can even pass through walls.
Hides under his desk. Prosecutor Blackwell, shame on you for teasing the nice old gentleman. Leaning against the stand.
Your baldness, it was all in jest. Please show yourself again.
You're a mean one, Mr. Blackwell. If you weren't in prison already, I would have sent you there. Are you sure? In that case, how did you manage to survive being shot, Director Cosmos?
It's a BB gun. Oh my god, I got shot by a 10 caliber bullet. Oh, it pierced my shirt. Oh, woe is me. I'm glad you asked. It was a miracle. A miracle befitting of a great history-making figure such as myself. Okay, let me guess. The bullet hit one of his medals. The odds actually being effective at killing someone, like you either shoot them right in the temple or with the baby, or shoot them in the carotid or something like that, because there's no way that would have worked. Yeah. So yeah, I'm pretty sure that the bullet, one of his medals deflected the bullet. Like, he has a large star-shaped or pentagon-shaped medal that shows 3 stars revolving around a sun. But one of them looks different. So I'm pretty sure that's the one being dented. Yeah, of course. Okay, one of them, okay, he showed us the medal. So it was exactly as I thought. One of them wasn't even a medal. No, sorry. There was... The medal is supposed to representing 2 shooting stars revolving around the sun. The third one is the bullet hole. The bullet hit my glorious Medal of Honor, whereby it ricocheted, thus saving my life. What? At close range, the most you're gonna get is a BB embedded in your skin somewhere. Yeah. That's unbelievable. I have to check this out. Oh, wow. Look at that. There's one extra Gyaxa star. The odds are literally astronomical. I guess it really was a miracle. It's beginning to feel like the Cosmos is watching out for Director Cosmos.
But why did you conceal this information, Director Cosmos?
Okay, now he's doing the... what's his name? Shinji's father, Gecko, in Evangelion, the nerve director, he's doing the pose with his arm like he's pondering.
A great man such as myself has to hide things on occasion, no matter how much it hurts. It is the ply of the truly great. It may be hard for this generation to understand.
I don't know, but it sounds fishy to me. What else is he hiding?
Let's just cross-examine him and see what we can find out.
Now then, Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please.
What I really saw at the scene. Detective Arm and I rushed to the control room together.
Hold it!
We've already heard all about that part. Don't you have any new information?
Well, let me see.
What other nonsense can I serve you?
If you have an hour or two, I could tell you all about the Hat One Miracle.
Hold it!
We already know all about that too. Tell us about something related to this incident.
Oh, I see. You want to know about incidents. Well then, let me tell you about the many incidents that made me the man I am today. Yes, if you have the time, I will tell you all about the upbringing of this great man.
Hold it!
You've told us all about that already as well. What we need now is your testimony.
Did I really already tell you all about my upbringing? I don't recall doing so. Director Cosmos, perhaps you could save your boastful tales for later?
If I must. Well, we peeked in through the control room door and... in the lounge, we saw a figure standing in the middle of the room and Terran on the floor.
Hold it!
But if it was so dark, you couldn't see this figure's face. Isn't that right?
Yes, the room was as deep and as dark as outer space itself. Speaking of outer space, during the Hat 1 launched 7 years ago...
If it's about that Hat One Miracle again, you can shut off and tell it to a stray mutt.
Excellent idea. No reason why the animal world shouldn't hear of my greatness.
And so they shall, but first, your testimony. What happened next?
We were still in the control room to the east when the figure fired at us.
Hold it!
How did he know that was Terran on the floor? So in other words, you were fired at what you were fired at while you were at the control room door.
That is correct.
There's something not quite right about that. Director Cosmos, the bullet this person fired hit you, isn't that right?
Yes, it was a miracle
Befitting of a great history-making figure such as myself. Okay, I see the contradiction. Like, the bullet hit you, but the control room was closed. The bullet the figure fired hit me while I was in the control room. We didn't see any bullet hole in the control room door. That doesn't make sense. Unless the control room door was opened. But as the Cosmos would have it, the bullet bounced off my glorious Medal of Honor. In that case, the bullet should have wound up somewhere around the control room door. Okay, so Director Cosmos was in the control room to the east. And while he was there, he was shot at by someone with a 10 caliber gun. But the bullet hit his medal, so he was able to escape with his life. He's a very lucky man. No wonder people think he's great. Hey, I'm pretty lucky myself, so if he's a great man, I'm the king of all the cosmos. Okay, so it's only 3 statements. We were still in the control room, so it's gotta be the door. The door was fine. The door was open. And it could have been open because backup power lets it function even when the power goes out.
Objection!
Oh, fuck. This piece of evidence makes it clear that there is a contradiction in the witness testimony.
I'm afraid I just don't see it.
Not even with your sharp and discerning eyes, Your Honor?
I'm afraid not, but you claim to see it?
Well, not really, Your Honor. I thought maybe you would.
Mr. Wright! You're losing Wi-Fi again.
Oh, now the judge is mad at me. Maybe I'd better take another look at the evidence. Okay, I'm gonna try with your argument, saying that in the lounge we saw a figure standing in the middle of the room and tearing on the floor, and you're saying that they couldn't? I'm gonna save here and see if it's true. Because they're trying to put a lot of emphasis on that statement, like it would happen somewhere else, but okay. So here it would be. But here's the thing, because I'm trying to figure out which would be the evidence to contradict the statement in the lounge. We saw a figure standing in the middle of the room and tearing on the floor. Aura's statement only said the perp held the lighter with the hurt emblem on it in the left hand and a knife in the right. Oh, there's no gun! He's not holding a gun, he's holding a knife! Wait, this is perfect! Wait! We were still in the control room to the east when he figured fire at us. Let's try Aura's statement.
Objection!
Ah, that was good. Okay, let me reload, because I'm running out of help. That was good! Bullshit! Alright, let's try your statement.
Objection!
No, it didn't work either. Yeah, we're on the right track, but... Oh, wait. Okay. I present or a statement. Let's try control room door lock.
Objection!
No. Saw a figure standing in the middle of the room, turned on the floor. May we need a cross-section view of the lounge? On the Space Center pamphlet, there's the boarding lounge and the control room. So on the third statement, you want to present the pamphlet. We were still in the control room to the east when the figure fired at us. Yeah, we haven't used it yet, that's true.
Objection!
No. I'm gonna relook everything just to be sure. Third floor boarding the main building. The cross-section view of the main building of the Space Center and launch pad. That doesn't help us. Utility knife. I'm gonna try the bullet again because it was discovered in the gutter that runs along the south wall. If they said that the figure fired at us, we would have found the bullet near the door or lock room in the east. I'm gonna try the bullet again.
Objection!
Yeah, it was the bullet. It was the bullet again. Director Cosmos, I believe you're telling this great court a glorious lie. A great man like me tell a lie? Have you ever heard of such a thing in all of history? Hello, Flitchard. Is it my first playthrough? This is the first time I'm streaming it. My first playthrough of this game was so long ago, I forgot a lot of details. But yeah, try not to spoil if you can, please. Thank you very much. But we can always try to spin some theory without, getting too much into details. But thank you for asking, though. Thank you for asking. Oh, a great man like me tell a lie. Have you ever heard of such a thing in all our history? My accusation. I love Aristotle Means breakdown in case 3. Oh, yeah. Aristotle Means was lovely. Like, with the Sparta haircut. And, yeah, he tried to negotiate his sentence with the public. It didn't work. My accusation is based on the position of the people who were in the lounge. According to your testimony, you and Detective Arm were near the control room door, and the mystery figure was standing in the middle of the boarding lounge. If, as you say, the figure fired a gun at you from this position, then the bullet would have traveled in this direction. Bang. However, we found the 10 caliber bullet south. Oh. This trajectory and where the bullet was actually found contradict each other. Director Cosmos, where were you really when you were being shot at? Oh, he spins out of control in his scooter. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the human merry-go-round.
Objection!
Don't tell me you've forgotten already. Didn't the witness himself just tell you? The bullet hit his metal. Of this, there is no mistake.
Yeah, but it ricocheted. It didn't stick on the metal. It just left a mark on the metal. So it ricocheted. Like, the gun must have been pretty powerful if he hit the metal from the control room, ricocheted, and went all the way to the other side of the room. Like, that's 15 feet. 15 to 30 feet. The lounge is pretty big.
Objection!
But in that case, the bullet should have been found near the east side of the room. Are you trying to say that you can explain this inconsistency?
course. I didn't think so. What? Oh, great Director Cosmos. Yes. Is there something you'd like me to expound upon? You were, in fact, not in the control room to the east, were you? You were at the... So yeah, Phoenix is trying to push the theory that he could have come not from the control room, but from the south entrance of the boarding lounge. Like the other way around. You were looking into the lounge from the door to the south. Is that not right? Oh, spin, spin, spin. What are you getting at? Use your own brain. Your head must have some use other than housing that bird's nest. Bird's nest? Why does everyone pick on my hair? Director Cosmos and the detective witnessed the scene from the southern door. The killer fired at them, and that is why the bullet was found in the south. Ah, that makes some sense actually. Also, the witness being at the southern door is rather favorable for the prosecution. I got a bad feeling about this. How about it, Director, if you don't tell the truth this time? He's breaking his chains.
Yikes! His handcuffs!
You will become but rust upon my sword. I relish the chance to cut down the great man.
Alright, I'll tell the truth, just put your sword away.
Yang yang, stuck chainsaw. Revving of the chainsaw. Yang 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 yang.
You are correct. I, the great Yuri Cosmos,
was looking into the room from the southern door. So, does that make another contradiction? No. If Arm shot from that, she has a better angle at shooting at the window. The only Segway gas scooter that could be absolutely useless in space. Yeah. Glorified pogo stick. What? That's the complete opposite of all the testimonies given so far. And now you have lost your possibility that a third person was in the room. One of those, Segway? You want a gas Segway? I mean, make no mistake, I want a Segway as fast as is. But... I don't think I would enjoy having a gas-powered Segway, I don't know. Like, the little sound it would make. It's annoying. I would piss myself just by using it myself, you know? And now you have lost your possibility that third person was in the room. I have? How? Well, yeah, because the control room, only the director can access it. The Segway can go pretty dang fast on their own without a gas engine. Some of the commercial ones can go up to 50 miles an hour. Yeah, it's true. I don't need it to go as fast as 50 miles an hour. For me, having a Segway at 35 is fine by me. The director and the detective were near the southern door, meaning the killer couldn't have escaped through there. The western door required print recognition. The corridor beyond was filled with smoke. Yeah, so we cannot go back. The only escape route left was the eastern control room door. And the only way to get through there was with Director Cosmos' fingerprints. In short, There would be no escape for any third person had there been one.
My third person just disappeared like in one of Trucy's magic tricks.
Order! Order in the court! Director Cosmos, why did you tell such an outrageous lie?
Oh. Looking back, looking at the star, pondering. Checking her panties, Nick! Yeah, her magic panties. Her bloomers.
You were covering for the defendant. Isn't that right? Yes. It was all for the love of my men. If I said I was in the Eastern Control Room, it would mean the culprit could have escaped through the southern door. It would have meant that there could have been a third person. All I wanted to do was to protect Starbuck. By blaming the murder on him. I said I was in the control room to invent an escape route for a third person.
Oh, what a convoluted lie. Was he really covering for the defendant?
It looks like we've come to a conclusion. That the defense's argument, the possibility of a third person, has crumbled.
No!
It's over. Yikes. The judge is about to hand out his verdict. Think, Phoenix, think.
This is the perfect time to try and turn my thinking around.
If a third person had no way of escaping the scene, then what if one of the people at the scene was that third person?
Yeah, that's what I've been saying.
Wait. What if the whole premise is all wrong?
One goof up here will recost you, yeah.
Director Cosmos says that he and Detective Arm rushed to the scene together.
The judge is not happy at this point, yeah, I know. What if that premise isn't true? What if one of them reached the scene before the other one? And if that person entered the lounge, then they would be the third person.
The defendant is on the only one who could have killed the victim and shot at the director. There doesn't appear to be any room for an argument against these claims. I will now render my verdict.
Objection!
Please wait, Your Honor. There is still one possibility.
This has better be good, Mr. Wright.
There is one and only one person who could have escaped from the scene. And that person would be the first person to arrive on the scene. Then, upon entering the boarding lounge, the second person to arrive came via the southern door. That's why the first person fled from the room, using escape route that was accessible only to them.
Very well, let's hear more about this theory. Who in this one person who could have escaped from the boarding lounge?
That would be the director, which has been... As soon as we discovered that the control room was only accessible by the director, I figured out that he was the only one who could have escaped. So that was before Candace Arm was in the crime scene with him. Like, he was the only one who could have his own escape route. So I'm gonna save just to be sure. I'm sure, but you never know with these games. I'm gonna present Yuri Cosmos.
Take that!
What? But that's... Mr. Wright, what are you claiming here?
Of all the people who were at the scene, only the witness could have escaped. The director is the only one with the authority to open the control room door after all.
But that means...
Exactly. The true identity of the third person is our current witness. Director Yuri Cosmos! What? Rubble. What?
Order! Order in the court, I say! Mr. Wright, you will explain yourself in more detail.
I assert that Director Cosmos arrived at the scene before Detective Arm. Not only that, but he knew he was on the floor in the lounge, and you're not really supposed to know that because it's supposed to be dark as fuck. Yeah! And entered the boarding lounge alone. Detective Arm arrived after that and saw a suspicious figure who was actually Director Cosmos standing in the lounge. And that's why she fired these 2 warning shots. Yeah, Detective Arm fired at Cosmos because it was fucking dark. And he was holding a knife and a lighter on the other hand. And Aura saw it too from the outside window as she was escaping. I've been hit! I've been hit on the starboard side! Whoa, 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 whoa!
Captain Wright, it's a direct hit on the enemy ship, sir. A magnificent shot.
This feels like a quote. I try to remember where it's from. It's either from an anime or a space video game. It's either or. Oh. Warning shot fired from the enemy ship. Prepare to intercept. Cosmos, you have told a lie in this court once again. Whoa, 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 I've been hit on the port side. The enemy has called in reinforcement. Whoa, whoa, Star Fox 64, yes. Earth to Cosmos Control Center requesting permission to ask that you return to reality. But my ship will not go down to anything less than the ultimate weapon of evidence.
Objection!
But I do have evidence. In fact, you could say that your battleship bears its scars. Finnick is no snarky. Yes. If Director Cosmos is the third person Aura Blackwell saw, this third person fired at Detective Arm and Director Cosmos with their gun. And in return, the detective fired her warning shot. Is that how it really went down, Director Cosmos? If you're a good man, then I'm the king of all cosmos. Yeah? It looks like you've deduced my miraculous tale of survival. Yes, you're absolutely correct. The mystery person fired upon us. Director Cosmos must have been the one who fired the 10 caliber gun. When Detective Arm discovered him in the lounge. Now I'm trying to figure out where is his gun? Like, if he has a BB gun, like, where would it be and why does he possess such a weak weapon? I'm trying to figure out, maybe it's a hidden gun inside the scooter. That would be neat. Because that's the only thing I can think of. Hidden gun inside the scooter. Pew, 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 pew. That was one of the first games that I learned how to use the joystick, probably on the N control, N64 controller with Star Fox 64. Ah, yes. When Detective Arm discovered him in the lounge, it only makes sense that he would have turned a shot at her. Therefore, the evidence on the director's body is of a different kind of relevance than before. Once we compared again another piece of evidence, the mark that we received from the third party will be all the proof we need. Compare the metal with the 10 caliber. Or no. Wait. I'm gonna save again. Like, what's changed? Because the metal could have stopped a 38 bullet as well. The first on the window.
So the prosecution said that it was a bullet fired from a 38 caliber gun from the window. The gutter. But what would it hit? The oxygen tank? No, wait. The 10 caliber couldn't hit the oxygen tank. No, we found the bullet on the oxygen tank. This is definitely a 38 caliber. The other bullet. Oh! No, it makes sense. It makes sense. He could have hit the metal and ricocheted onto the window. The mark you received from the third party will be all the proof we need to prove that you were the one there in the lounge. Yeah, just realized the bullet hole on the metal is too big to be one of a 10 caliber. It has to be 38 because it's at least 3.8 centimeters wide and not 1. Erg! Brace for further impact. Comparison against this piece of evidence will prove that you were the one in the lounge. The bullet from Armor's gun.
Take that!
The 38 caliber bullet found on the floor at the scene didn't hit the oxygen tank. It hit Director Cosmos' metal. If we have that ricochet mark on the metal analyzed, I'm sure the caliber will match up. And if that mark proves to be from a 38 caliber bullet, it will prove that you are the third person we've been looking for. Okay, so they say that she shot the window and then she shot the metal and that ricocheted on the oxygen tank. Okay. Like, still makes sense, but the bridge is destroyed, losing altitude, all hands abandon ship.
If that's true, then what about the bullet that hit the oxygen tank?
It was the 10 caliber bullet. No. Okay, yeah, that would make sense that it did a multiple boomerang shot like that. Those metal BBs have tendency to do that. Okay, but now they're saying that it was the BB that broke the oxygen tank. They must be really weak. In other words, it was the bullet fired by Yuri Cosmos. It's not right, Director. No! You've got it all wrong. I like my theories better. What? The engine that started again? Ah! It's a miracle! I'm not going down yet!
Order! Witness! Stop this at once and confess to the truth.
If you don't want the history books to say that a great man was a great liar, then accept your fate and tell the truth. Are you giving me orders? He's dizzy. Me? The great director of the Cosmos Space Center? But the cosmos revolves around me. Someone get me off this thing. Jane, stop this crazy thing. Help!
Order! Order in the court! Will someone please stop the witness from spinning?
Wilma! Close.
Phew, thank goodness we were able to stop him from spinning off the face of the earth.
While he was twirling, I took the liberty of running analysis on the mark on the metal. I know, wrong cartoon, I understand. Hanna-Barbera, yeah, two great shows. It was made by a 38 caliber bullet, matching it with the size of Detective Arm's firearm.
Are you ready to confess the truth, witness?
No, you got it all wrong. This is just a misunderstanding. Is he going to start piling on more lies? It looks like it. But no matter how many lies you tell, I'll just expose them one by one. I'll make that big liar tell the truth. To be continued.